you are going to come under some pressure. You're going to hear all kinds of propaganda. You're going to hear all kinds of lies and deception. There will be tactics used to try and buy you out. There will be tactics used to try and frighten you away. And I only have to say one thing to you tonight, comrades. We are blood and fire comrades. And we're marching on to progress. And we will stand firm. We will not be bought because we are not for sale.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I don't want you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right stand that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Tuesday to everyone.
Yes, it is a happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to those in television land. Happy Tuesday to our silent supporters. Happy Tuesday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone is having a wonderful start to the week so far. Remember, guys, register your attendance by pressing the thumbs up and share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. And tonight's topic is political reptiles and leashes, which with your host, Mystic Sensation, Toots Baron, and Anne-Marie. Also have Pink Steel Green, Melting Pot, and we will be joined by Mr. Rattigan and DC Magazine later on. So I'm just going to give an umbrella welcome to everyone in the chat because the chat is gone already. Special welcome to our moderators, and also special shout out and bless up to our channel members. Without any delay, Baron, I am going to hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Wifey, for that wonderful precursor as always. And we are happy for the empresses in battle. Right, and you know that of course you have my wife, you have Lady Spinks, right, and of course the ladies who are out there, right, battling, right, equally with the men, the Annabelle Rose, right, the author for the press, right, the Kamla, right, Mango, right, and of course London 45, you have my attention. And of course, on the panel, you know, my opening batsman, as usual, Melting Pot. But before I get into, you know, the usual business of the day, of course, let me have Lady Spinks, right, meet and greet her wonderful manlyites and other persons who are listening. Spinks, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I would like to say big up to my good evening to Lady Anne-Marie and Uncle Byron, the host of the show, and to my fellow panelist, Melting Pot, all the way in the UK there. But I also like to say good evening to all the listeners, viewers, people from Jamaica, all the Jamaicans, all the voters, especially people from St. James, Northwest St. James especially, and to the people who run this nation and trying to retake this nation, because the JLP running this nation again, it's actually PNP running this country right now. We saw from the weekend what happened with the robot store. Oh, the place was orange. orange, 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 right through. We saw we could stop them in Montego Bay, Sam Shaft Square, and they went all the way down to Sandy Bay and Lucy and stopped again in Black River. And Black River was whoa,
Wow.
whoa,
Really wow.
orange. And yesterday is in Manchester. Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So we are proud to say the PIP is number one in the country.
Oh,
And over to my host again.
all right. And of course, we move on at the button to the opening batsman, Melting Pot.
Yeah, man. Greetings once again to you all out there in social media land. Everyone tuning into the Mystic Sensation Live Revelation with your host Byron alongside Lady Anne Marie, Technical Director. Lioness in the house, you don't know a pink skill green that, as she represent the West. Yeah, man. So we just want to say enough love and blessing to everyone. Hope you all had a prosperous Tuesday today and you're well fed and relaxed and, anticipating some bombshell tonight on the Mystic Sensation Live. Yeah,
Definitely.
I want to big up the people, in the West Kingston region, 2 mile come down the line there, yeah? Angela Burke Division, you understand? Mama P old stomping ground. May I big up all of them tonight, All the comrades, them, right across the length and breadth of Jamaica. I say enough love and respect. Big up me like on orange up the place, you understand? Everything ripe down at Jamaica right now. So it's just, a matter of time. Just a matter of time before we all pick them fruit there and enjoy the fruit of the labor. But each and every one of we contribute to make this happen right now. So I want to say once again, enough respect to the team right across the length and breadth. Hard working PMP, blood and fire comrade team. We are putting the magnificent work right across the island everywhere. Lock, stock, and barrel. I hand back over to the host.
Thank you very much, Melting Pot, for that. And things, right? Now, Jamaica, let me say this to you. Tonight is going to be so different because what we are going to do, we are going to expose the belly of the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to the corruption. People are going to be shocked in terms of some of the revelation that we are going to reveal. Now, based on my research, and we are talking about, 100%, right, top investigators as it relates to the FBI, as it relates to the CIA, right, as it relates to unclassified document. We are going to show Jamaica that if it wasn't for the Jamaica Labour Party, Jamaica would have been into a place better than Singapore. Jamaica would have been the paradise of the Caribbean. Unfortunately, what the Jamaica Labour Party had done to us, hold us back more than 35, 40 years. And we are going to reveal evidence. Tonight, we are going to appeal to the undecided. I know when I finish tonight, you are going to have the yachted Jamaica Labour Party turn away from the Jamaica Labour Party in terms of what we are going to reveal. Evidence that cannot be disputed. Evidence that the Jamaica Labour Party, whether it's lawyers, whether they are KC or whatever, they can't dispute the evidence that we'll be sharing tonight as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party. The two prime ministers in our history that put Jamaica in its economic abyss without no hesitation. Edward Philip George Seaga and Andrew Holness, who carried and executed the mission of Edward Seaga. We have the evidence. We are going to reveal it. Now, let me say this. to the Prime Minister and say this to his cabinet. Today is the 8th of July, and we have not heard the Prime Minister make no announcement as it relates to the general election, the date of the general election. We are 2 months, as a matter of fact, less than 2 months, and we have not heard anything from the Prime Minister. But let me say this to the Prime Minister before I proceed. Andrew Holness, you have been the chairhead of CARICOM from 2017. Let me warn you, sir. Please set a perfect example as it relates to our democracy, to our Caribbean leaders, in ensuring that we have a free and fair general election. A peaceful general election. We have seen the red flags and the signs of your dictatorship tendencies. And as I said, you are the chairperson of CARICOM. I am asking you, Andrew Holness, to set a good example for our Caribbean leaders, to ensure that we believe in democracy and we are going to exercise a peaceful general election. Now, let me show you some indications that we are worried about tonight. As I said, when I get into the history to reveal the facts that cannot be disputed, cannot, by no form of KC lawyer. And I'm talking about the high-grade lawyer. If anyone wants to come and challenge Mystic Sensation, I am giving them an open invitation, to come and challenge us. Now let us begin. TikTok, Island New, PNP, Bad Mind. Let us show some of the tendencies that we are talking about since we are juggling. And as I said, tonight we are going to open up the belly of the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to corruption. And people are going to see the Jamaica Labour Party for what it is. We want to move forward in progress. And we are saying to all Jamaicans, in future, never ever put the Jamaica Labour Party back in power. What I am going to show you tonight, right, cannot be disputed. Let us hear the Prime Minister.
Well, I pray to God to continue to keep me and the Jamaica Labour Party firm and strong. I pray to God to give me the energy we need to keep Jamaica and our people firm and strong. Now, I hear that they are going to have protests for manufactured rage and crises that don't exist. Well, I want every Labourite to protest against this hypocrisy tomorrow. I want every Labourite, wherever you are, to protest in your workplace, to protest in the market, to protest wherever you are of the bad mindism of the PNP that is trying to bring down the progress of the people.
Take him away, Oni.
Stand up, Labourite. Stand up.
Take him away. The sentiments being uttered by the chairperson of CARICOM. The war, the violence, the trickery, the deceit, the corruption, But let me say this to Jamaica. Let me say this to our Jamaican brothers. For those who support Jamaica Labour Party, let me say this to you tonight. You are also our brothers and sisters. We are saying to you tonight, please don't go down to the road of violence, of all the robbery that Andrew Holness and his cabinet committed. They did not share the loot with you. Now they are asking you to go out and fight for them. Why am I going here? Let me show you something as it relates to where we'll be going tonight. I am going to show you this clip that happened Sunday. And as I say that, you have seen the signs of violence, you have seen the settings of 1980 general election, where guns, AR-15, M16 were unleashed on the island. Now you have seen the same behavior. But before I get into that, let me just ask Brother Rattigan. Brother Rattigan is not feeling too well. I don't think that Brother Rattigan will be spending all the time with us. So we want to make sure that, you know, we don't spend a little time with Brother Rattigan. Hope and pray for Brother Rattigan as it relates to his ailment, to make sure that he can recoup soon with us, because he is one of the general, right, on the mission of progress. So, Brother Rattigan, please meet and greet your people, and then I go back in terms of the discussion.
Mic check, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can I hear
me? Strong, man.
Things big up yourself, melting pot, and of course, Lady Anne Marie and Lord Byron, and everybody in the chat, all of the viewing audience, listening audience. It's a pleasure to be here. Little bit under the weather. I'm going to stay as long as I can, talk to Byron about it. So, you know, but I tell you, the conversation sometimes, you know, me have some things to do, because the conversation are flow, me can't leave. So I know what my priorities are, right? So
all right.
As long as I can with you, sir. And it may mean that I stay till the end, but we'll see.
All right. All right. Yes, well said, Brother Rattigan. Well said. Really appreciate you in the space. All right, let us begin. And we are showing Jamaica, right, the political rhetorics. And not only the political rhetorics, it moved from political rhetorics to actions that's similar to 1980. Now let us bring up this and update our wonderful listeners and subscribers. Jamaica Gleaner, 3 men arrested after police seized pipe bombs. Now, my Jamaican people, on the eve of a political election, likewise in 1980, the similarities of these things start to show their reflection. Now, it published today, July 8, 2025, so I want people to be mindful of that. If you notice what the paper reads, 3 men arrested after police seized scores of pipe bombs in St. Thomas. My Jamaican people, let me say this to you. Based on what we have read here, it did not say 3 men arrested and charged. Notice what it says. 3 men arrested after police seized scores of pipe bombs in St. Thomas. Let me say this to you, Jamaica. You are not going to hear of those 3 men getting any charges on the Jamaica Labour Party. And why am I saying this? Because this is the organization. This is a part of the plot of the Jamaica Labour Party. We are going to call you out tonight, Andrew Holness. We are going to call out the Jamaica Labour Party. So let us read it on. 3 men arrested after police seized scores of pipe bomb in St. Thomas. right? Police in St. Thomas have arrested 3 men after seizing more than 500 pipe bombs on Monday, the second largest cache of explosive confiscated in Bull Bay since April. The explosives are believed to be a part of an arsenal being accumulated by warring factions in the 10 and 11 mile communities. Andrew Warnes, don't bother go here. Don't bother go here. Andrew Warnes, what you want to do, let me wise up Jamaican people. And that's why I started as it relates to you being the chairperson of CARICOM. The world is looking on you, Andrew Warnes. Please issue a date for the general election. Don't believe you are going to use this to say that the country is on a terrorism act and give you reasons not to call the general election and the date that expected for the general election to be called. No, Andrew, you are not going to get away with this, with the trickery. The 3 men that being arrested, we know that those 3 men, let me call you out, Andrew Warnes, those 3 men will not be charged because it is also a part and parcel of your plan. Where you are going with this, we are warning you, Andrew Warnes, we are warning you, take that away. Let us get to Nationwide and show you how you are trying to execute the plan as you go along. Let us go to Nationwide. Andrew Warnes, I am asking you, and this is one of the reasons why we are going to expose the entire Jamaica Labour Party. Now, Andrew Warnes, let me say this to you, because I know it is you, Andrew Warnes, behind this. Pipe bomb discovery, a dangerous sign of Jamaica. 19th of October 2023. These pipe bombs that were discovered in Tivoli region, in the region of Tivoli Gardens. And we know, as it relates to that particular area of concern, the Jamaica Labour Party councillor, right, who owns that port, has not been intimidated. Andrew Warnes, why he has not been interrogated? Why the GLP councillor, right, where his area been responsible for many weaponries and ammunitions coming through his section, he has not been intimidated. What happened to these bombs? And now you have these bombs spreading up in other areas. To say what? No, Andrew Warnes, let me tell you something. We are going to show Jamaica who you are. Security Specialist Captain Robert Ibert says the discovery of a container packed with hundreds of items believed to be pipe bombs could spell danger for Jamaicans. This is where you're going, Andrew Warnes. This is where you're going. You know very well that the Jamaican people, right, had finished away with you. Finished away with you. You have betrayed the Jamaican people. And so then the Jamaican people trust you no more. They found out who you are. The 320 devices that are suspected to be explosive were found at a premises on Darling Street in West Kingston on Monday afternoon. Captain Ibert, who lectures in terrorism. This is where you're going, Andrew. This is where you're going. Let me read it out for Jamaican people so Jamaican people can understand. Captain Ibert, who lectures in terrorism and counter-terrorism at the Caribbean Maritime University, spoke with Cliff Hughes. Yeah, he's going to speak with Cliff Hughes. He's going to speak with Cliff Hughes. Sorry for my grammar. He's going to speak with Cliff Hughes, right, to generate that there is terrorism and counter-terrorism fit into how Andrew Warnes. You understand? play chess. He doesn't play draw. And what you are doing here to paint a picture that an act of terrorism is imminent. And you can't fool us. You can't fool us, Andrew. We are watching you. Let me read it over. Captain Eber, who lectures in terrorism and counterterrorism at the Caribbean Maritime University, spoke with you, Cliff Hughes, your spin machine. Yes. Captain Eber spoke with your spin machine, because this is what your spin machine, is spreading slowly and surely that political rhetoric. You want to pressure on Jonas. You know that if you lose this general election, you are going to face the judiciary, which you ought. And so then you are doing all what you can do, trying all of your trickery, your chess game, to have Captain Hibbert speak to Cliff Hughes and talking about, yes, terrorism and counterterrorism. And now we have some more pipe bombs found on Sunday to suit the message that Captain Hibbert is passing on to Cliff Hughes, for Cliff Hughes to utilize that in your spin machine. Take that away on it. We are getting down there. Who they think they can fool? Let me warn you again, Andrew, that you are the chairperson of CARICOM. The CARICOM leaders are watching you. Jamaica is a democratic country, and we need to have a peaceful general election. Later, when we are exposing the Jamaica Labour Party, people are going to understand everything that I'm speaking about. Let us get to Yard Zone. And I'm going to show you something from Yard Zone. Let us play that to show you the momentum building up. You understand, to talk about terrorism. So like how me call you out, Jonas. Like how me call you out from early. We are anticipating you, sir. Yeah.
Jamaica. In recent news out of Jamaica, one of the biggest illegal firearm busts in the country's history just went down. Authorities intercepted a massive shipment of 233 illegal firearms at one of the nation's ports this week. That includes 74 rifles, 159 handguns, and over 40,000 rounds of ammo. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, made the announcement, giving props to increased port scanning and tight coordination between the Jamaica Customs Agency and local law enforcement. He said this level of firepower could equip a whole company of soldiers, and if it had made it to the streets, it would have caused serious chaos. Investigations are underway to find the people behind this. Dr. Chang didn't hold back. He said the organizers of these operations are even...
So yes, Horace Chang is also sending the political rhetorics that yes, there's a serious plot as it relates to a terrorism plot. And so, as he said, that the amount of guns found could arm a platoon. Don't you see, Jamaica, what they are building up, what they are chomping up? My Jamaican people, Andrew Onetson is 49, is going down the road of autocracy. Without any hesitation, Mystic Sensation is saying it. The evidence, the red flags that is out there. But on journalists, we are calling upon you. And so then Oris Chang is coming out with all of that. But Oris Chang, don't you find it ironic? And let me say something what my wife just whispered in my ears, because, you know, when it comes to, you know, my wife, very articulate. My wife said to me, Mystic, you notice past government, they have never found any pipe bombs. Jamaica, I want you to listen to me. No past government has ever found any pipe bombs. Under the Honduras government, pipe bombs after pipe bombs, and in calculation, over 1,000 pipe bombs being found. Think critically. No other government have any problem with pipe bombs. What is the sentiment that needs to send out there the political rhetoric that yes, PNP seems to be in the process of what? Trying to take over the country forcefully through the act of terrorism. The raw sentiment and nastiness that you are present, you are sending out there, poison the ear with that sort of political rhetoric. But tonight, we have the evidence to show who is the GLP. And let me say this, Jamaica. Do you think the United States, right, is ready and able to support democratic socialism over capitalism? No. Then let's ask the question. Why United States doesn't have anything on democratic socialism as it relates to the PNP? Why United States doesn't have the history that I am going to show on the People's National Party? If the People's National Party was so-called, you understand, violent, terrorists, and so forth. Why? As it relates to investigators into the United States, the CIA, the FBI, have all this history on the Jamaica Labour Party. What people need to understand as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party, right? Supporting capitalism is like the conservative in the United States. Now, for the People's National Party supporting democratic socialism is like the liberal government, which is the democratic government in the United States. I want people to follow me, I want people to understand where I'm going tonight. Right? But the United States, as related to FBI, CIA, don't have any information as it relates to gun transshipment, drug transshipment, and the People's National Party. But they have it. They have it on the Jamaica Labour Party. We are going to reveal some serious stuff tonight. Now, before I start the investigation, I want to open with my open batsman. Because I want them to just break down what I am giving them now before we get into the investigation. And I want people tuning. People, I want to just send and call people, you know, with people who drink them coffee and read that, rope in the people them. Bolo! Let me call out Bolo. Bolo, I know you are going to break down some of this stuff. And people, I want you to support Bolo, you know, because Bolo is doing a very excellent work. Right? So anyway, you're there, Bolo, big up yourself. All right. Now, let me just go to my opening batsman as it relates to our presentation that we have presented before we get into the investigation tonight. And I want the people them to stick and stay. Melting pot, open batsman, go ahead.
Yes, sir, B. I'm panelist, you know. Boy, we are look for another recipe I cook up by Andrew on this.
Definitely.
A pot full of corruption. You understand? And that we are seeing in front of you, you know.
Yes.
Them carefully orchestrate this plan. You understand? But everybody know them did control fertilizer. And fertilizer the source of ingredient to make the pipe bomb. So right there and then we no need to use a telescope to spy into them web of corruption where them are going with. Plain and obvious to everybody. But you look on a total of 820 pipe bomb. You know, that raise eyebrow, you know, and cause for concern as to how them a formulate this plan. Because what them want to use, you know, is a tactics to draw down a state of emergency close to the election time, to give them some leverage, to continue to campaign. But no matter how long and to campaign, it's just more pain him will undergo. Because, you know, the ass bolt already and left the corruption government, you know. People them need a new vision going forward. So Andrew Wallace tactics now go work. And all the players that when him have around him and him a try incorporate this guy, you know, Ebert, as a lecturer up at you if you go talk to big nasty thinking dirty big mama. I spread them on, spread them rhetoric, you know. You understand? Like something civil war a go on. No civil war now go on. Any civil war amongst them. Them a try to instigate civil war in the society because them use the tactics there in the 80s. Yeah, and bomb was a part of the 80s tactics along with pickaxe stick, you know. And them time one pop just a come in and make out a bicycle bar. But the bomb we have them time was Molotov cocktail, you know, petrol with sun and weak and some little rear navy buckle. But them a well stuffed component. Look proper like hand grenade. Then Andrew, oh you say you love Jamaica. And if you choose Jamaica, you want bomb down Jamaica just like that. Get real in your head, man. I want to you. Me I tell you and your minions them say the landscape of our politics, the best of the best, last 2 terms. Is on last superlative prime minister like PJ last 3 terms and resign. So under no circumstance, without you showing it growth or achievement, you couldn't get a 3rd term. So you don't need to fight for nothing. Just go on with your ways, man, and leave the political space, man. Make the country can breathe again. Yeah? I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right. And you know, so Pinks, you know, of course, we are going to sing with you, Pinks. Go ahead.
Okay, Uncle Byron, I would like you to know that right now, from the 6th of this month to the 8th, we're having the 49th meeting of the CARICOM meeting in Montego Bay at the conference center. It's ongoing now. And our Prime Minister is there talking. So that's all he does, talk. And you know, whenever he makes a speech, he's talking about himself.
Exactly.
All right. So he did mention the terrorist thing, same topic again that we're talking about. He did mention that. And as Uncle Melting Pot mentioned about the fertilizer and the bomb, fertilizer being an ingredient of the bomb. And since they got a gift from Morocco, and that gift, most of that gift went missing, and Jonas, we have 57 days for your governance to be over. Call the election. We're tired. 57 days for you to be not prime minister of this country anymore. 57 days, and Jonas, please call the election and done. We're tired. All
All right.
weekend gone, Jamaica are orange. You see that?
Yes, definitely.
You lose already. Call the election.
All right, Sister Pinks, love you for that. I'm seeing that you're counting him out, which is
Yeah, man.
now, Brother Rattigan, let us turn the spotlight in terms of what you have to say in terms of our presentation.
As usual, excellent presentation. You draw you connect all the dots, And after add to what Melting Pot said, that the fertilizer is a key component to pipe bombs. I know a little bit about it because I was in charge of the counterterrorism program in Mississippi, and I was also in charge of it overseas. I was also I worked with that program in New York, so I'm familiar with it. Fertilizer is a key component, and remember, a whole bunch of Moroccan fertilizer came to Jamaica in 2019, 2022, 2023. Yes. Over 300,000 pounds were given to parliamentarians, and we don't know where it went. We had Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith jump up and down in the Senate almost 2 weeks ago, and she openly stated that the fertilizer went directly to the farmers. And we showed last week, Saturday on the program, that that's a blatant lie. Did not. Yeah, because all kinds of people got involved in the distribution, and they shouldn't have been involved in the distribution. So that's the first thing. Another thing is, they have a component of the JCF called CTOC. The first two letters, CT, stands for counter-terrorism. Which part them there? All right. All of the pipe bombs, things in my sleep.
All right.
With all the pipe, but they're on the plate. We don't hear nothing about them. And one of the first things you want to do when you discover a large shipment, one of the first things you want to do when you discover pipe bombs is you want to inform the public, because you don't know if there's more out there. So you want to make sure that safety is paramount in importance. Another thing you want to do, you want to come out with your forensics people and talk about the component of the fertilizer, of the pipe bombs. I haven't seen anything. Going back to the first shipment, the one down on Darling Street, West Kingston, we haven't heard anything about that.
Exactly.
Don't forget, there was allegedly a bomb incident up at the Prime Minister's residence.
There you go.
Whenever see the bomb squad out there, whenever see the bomb dogs out there, whenever see the ambulance out there, whenever see nothing indicating that there was a bomb threat, but we heard that there was a bomb threat. So
yes. So
and no, you look, this thing is becoming more prevalent. We had the West Kingston, we had two, we had one in Bulby, and I think you mentioned two, right? There's the article you read said that there was one prior, I think last week, and then this one.
Yes.
So that's
in 2023. The first one in 2023.
Right. So we have three, and three real ones. Right. We're not counting the Prime Minister one of the house, because that sounded like it was a domestic bomb. It wasn't.
What the bomb was.
So I'm just curious as to why is it that we haven't received as a public, we haven't received any notification about the seizures. When I say the seizures, of course, the seizures were mentioned, but the components, and by now, at least for the 2023 one, we should have had some information as to the source.
Exactly.
Were they imported? Were they made in Jamaica? The components, who was responsible for this? We have to have names. They haven't arrested anyone as far as we know. You haven't seen anything. So Pink's right when you go like this, when they say we're a CTOC, they must sleep. Then you have the military who's in charge, who has a role to play with this. You have customs, if they came in, they have a role to play. You have MOCA, they have a role to play. And you're going to tell me that, and then you have CTOC. You're going to tell me all of those four agencies that they don't know anything about this. What this goes to show is that Jamaica border protection is sieve-like. It's like a sieve. And also, it can't be a sieve unless people of importance are involved, because the command from live behind me, so him can't bring in them things there. Him don't have the know-how for make them things there. And then when you look at the amount, because on one of my programs, I brought on an FBI, retired FBI lady that I used to work with. She worked with all this stuff. And when we tell her, say, look, it's over 100 what was it? Was 300? Was it, what was it one of the 3 years
The
ago?
first one was 223.
Yeah, she was shocked. She was shocked. She said, normally you see 3 and you're worried. You see 3 in a New York City and you're worried. But you have 300 and something in a small little country? No. No. And we don't hear the police commissioner come out and say anything about this. We don't hear him come out and reassure the public saying, no, we're on top of this. Don't worry, blah, blah, blah. It's too late now. It's too late. And so 2023 till now, 3. It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder because election is right around the corner and people are getting desperate. And when people get desperate, them do desperate things. And so we have to be vigilant. But we need to call out upon the police and call out upon all of them, civil society, the religious community. We all need to do something because I would hate for something to happen with these pipe bombs. And let's be clear, in my mind, there are more. There are more pipe bombs around the place. It's not just this for them find and them say, oh, we'll find all of this stuff, because there are too many unanswered questions, and so we cannot be satisfied with that. So I'm glad you're bringing it to the fore, and people can understand that this is a serious situation. And just because it happened over the eastern part of the country doesn't mean that the west won't be affected. It just means that they haven't found the ones over going west yet. But we just to be vigilant. So I just want to thank you and the rest of the team for bringing it to our attention, because this is something that could just go underneath the radar, and then the next thing you know, there's an explosion and people start asking, how did this happen? So
all right, thank you very much, Brother Rattigan, for that wonderful input. And let me say this to Andrew Wallace. I'm speaking to Andrew Wallace directly because I know that he's the mastermind of all what we are seeing here as it relates to, these pipe bombs and all of that. Right? Now, my Jamaican people, we are going to open, the investigation so that Jamaicans can understand what is the GLP and their mission in terms of destroying Jamaica. Now let us hear from Pearnel Charles Jr. And you know what? I am surprised to be hearing certain things from Pearnel Charles Jr., knowing what Pearnel Charles had done in St. Thomas. Right? Scam the people out of their lands. That's what he had done. But listen now to Pearnel Charles Jr., because we are going to open the investigation. Listen to Pearnel Charles Jr. Let us get into YouTube here. Pearnel Charles Jr. Hear what Pearnel Charles Jr. has to say. Can you imagine where his father, has done cruelty to the people in St. Thomas? Listen to him. Unbelievable.
And I want to tell you this. I'm here today to warn and to inform.
Yes.
And let me tell you something. A couple of years ago, when I was working as an attorney in both America and Jamaica, I was in my office and I used to have 2 phones. One was the phone, was my US number. And my US clients used to call me on my. So when the US clients call me, I say, hey, hello, what's up? And this phone was my Jamaican phone. And when the Jamaican client called me and said, hello, yes. Well, go on. So one day I was sitting out in my office in Florida, and my US phone rang, but it was with a number. That was a funny number. And if you remember, 10 years ago, the scammer them used to call you in the States from some funny number. So I never answer the phone. And the number call me and call me and call me. And Mr. McKenzie, call me and tell me, say, you're not. Let me just answer the phone. So again, it's my US number. So how me answer it? Hello, what's up? So him no know says a Jamaican I'm talking to. And I hear the best twang when me ever hear for a long time. Hello, sir. I'm calling to tell you that you won a Mercedes-Benz. And for you to get the Mercedes-Benz, you only have to do a few things, sir. Number one, you've got to give us your information, tell us who you are so we can know how to get to you. And you just have to give us a little bits of money, and then you will get your Mercedes-Benz. So me decide, say, we go play along. Huh? So me say, tell me what I got to do, man. Tell me what I got to do to get this Mercedes. Because I really want this Mercedes, man. And the man said, just give me your name first, sir. Because we got your number. Give me your name. So I'm going to say, all right. I spell it LOTTOSCAMMER. He said, what? I said, LOTTOSCAMMER. He said, Lotos come up, boy. I'm going to say, you never know, says, I hear talk to you, think me an idiot. Oh, you try fool. The man cost me some wara the night. I never said to myself, so how him bright so? You try to scam me. And when me catch you, you are cost me. Auntie Babsy, I saw the political scammer them stay. I saw the political scammer them stay. Them good. When them done with you, they will make you think so you win a Mercedes. But if you don't have the information to know, say a scam them come to scam you, you will get catch. So how do you know who is a political scammer? Well, let me tell you three things. And I'm not going to tell you, say the whole of the PMP is full of political scammers. Because, hold on, because the PNP that I see today is not Norman Manley PNP. It's not Michael Manley PNP. Because despite the fact that we hold different ideology, me know that them man they are turning into them grave right now when they think about the PNP that is here right now. You can know a political scammer when you see them start to promise you things that you know them cannot deliver.
Take him away.
And when you listen to the PNP today,
Take him away. Well, he had done very well. I like how he had articulated, right? So that he had articulated as it relates to how we define Andrew Holness. First 100 days, all that he had promised had not delivered. So then I love how he defined who is Andrew Holness. Remember, Mark Golding has not been in government. So then he couldn't be, right, talking about Mark Golding and promising that being undelivered. Andrew is the incumbent government. And where Andrew Holness had promised within the first 100 days, part of what he had promised had not been delivered. So I thank you, Pearnel Charles Jr., to define Andrew Holness to the electorate. Electorate, take the warning that Pearnel Charles has given and understand as it relates to what Andrew Holness had promised upon 2025 has not been delivered. And so then we are thankful for Pearnel Charles to define the political scammer of as it relates to Andrew Holness, who Andrew Holness is, and in extension, the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, let us get a little bit deeper here. Because people are bangarang tonight, you know. When we tell us the bangarang tonight, you know, bangarang tonight. Lift up Dr. Peter Phillips, corruption under the GLP. Lift up that. And then we begin our investigation into Jamaica Labour Party. Lift up that.
Good evening. Thank you for joining me. I know you have much to do, so I appreciate your taking the time. This is the first in a series of regular broadcasts that I will be having over the next few months. I'd like to talk to you about some issues of national concern that people continue to raise with me as I go across the country. The issue generating deep national frustration and anger is the widespread mismanagement and corruption that has penetrated almost every area of the government's operations. There was the debushing scandal, police used car scandal, FLA scandal, the $17 million sign in Mobay, followed by even more damning revelations at National Energy Solutions, NESOL, and the Universal Service Fund. The millions of dollars stolen from UDC at Duns River Falls, the misuse of funds at the Ministry of Local Government, as well as at the Students' Loan Bureau, and so much more is unacceptable. This pattern of corruption in the Holness-led administration was carried to a new level with the revelations at Petrojam. It is a shameful waste of your hard-earned money and is holding back the country. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been corruptly diverted could have provided beds for hospitals where patients are being forced to sleep in wheelchairs. They could provide sturdy vehicles for police to fight crime. That money could provide better facilities for our schools. Instead, these resources are being diverted into the pockets of a corrupt, connected minority of Jamaicans. All hopes that with Prime Minister Holness taking over the energy portfolio, that rampant corruption would have been brought under control and procedures put in place for greater accountability are rapidly fading. Instead, under the Prime Minister's watch as Portfolio Minister, corruption at Petrojam seems to have been more rewarded than penalized. One employee who was unqualified in the first instance received a remuneration package of $10 million. That moved to $13 million in just 6 weeks. To make bad worse, the Auditor General found that that same employee was guilty of nepotism, negligence, and serious mismanagement during her tenure. Yet, with the Prime Minister as the responsible minister, this employee received a golden handshake of $9.2 million. In addition, we have discovered that there was an attempt to prevent this being disclosed to the public. Jamaicans are justifiably angered by the fact that in just 1 year and 6 months, this employee received a level of remuneration and settlement that would have taken an average teacher 25 years to earn. To combat the present wave of corruption, we call on all the relevant agencies, including the police, the National Integrity Commission, and MOCA to act fearlessly and expeditiously to prosecute wrongdoers no matter who they are. Those institutions must know they are Jamaica's ultimate line of defense against corruption. As I have said before, Responsible leaders must let the chips fall where they may. Jamaicans will never have trust in their government unless the guilty are brought to book. I therefore urge all of us to come together and strengthen our resolve to win the fight against corruption in order to build a better Jamaica, a Jamaica that works for all its people and not just for a few. Until I talk with you again, God bless you and your family.
Proceeding was paid for by the People's.
Thank you, Dr. Peter Phillips, right, to highlight the facts that cannot be disputed. Now, my Jamaican people, where we go from here, we are going to go into the art of the investigation and the research that we have done. And we are going to reveal this information. What we are going to speak to, we are going to give this information to the electorate as it relates to the uncommitted, as it relates to people who are supporting the Jamaica Labour Party and may lack this information. This information is not, as it relates to mystic sensation, just speaking and accusing the Jamaica Labour Party. The work of this research was done as a result of the FBI, Cuban authorities, let me repeat that, Cuban authorities, the CIA, apex investigator of the world as it relates to the United States, the FBI, the CIA. What we are going to reveal tonight is to show you that the Jamaica Labour Party is a criminal organization. Let us begin our investigation into the belly of JLP and reveal the corruption, the history of the political corruption. Number one, Wikileaks documents Jamaica accused of aiding drug smugglers. This is, of course, members of parliament. Now, people, evidence number one, Wikileaks cable, Jamaica accused of aiding drug smugglers. Now, U.S. Embassy cables reveal claims of Jamaican officials. Let me read back. U.S. Embassy cables reveal claims of Jamaican officials being bribed to give drug traffickers free rein across the Caribbean. This research and information is coming out of Cuba. Cuban anti-drugs officials have accused Jamaica of giving drug smugglers free rein in the Caribbean waters and skies. According to a secret U.S. diplomatic cable, members of Cuba's Interior Ministry and Coast Guard complained to the U.S. and UK that their Jamaican counterparts stood idly by as traffickers zipped between the islands en route to the United States. Let me say something to you people. The boss of Doodles. The investigation and the source began as it relates to the information coming out of Cuba. Yes, Jamaican people, I want you to understand the information that was disseminated to the United States, giving the intel to the United States as it relates to Jamaica politicians. Now, the accusation reported in the secret U.S. diplomatic cable
will strengthen suspicion that drug lords have bought the cooperation of Jamaican politicians and law enforcers. Now, Cuban Interior Ministry officials contend that narcotic smugglers from Jamaica are utilizing both Cuban airspace and waters to transport narcotics ultimately destined for the United States. But their repeated attempts to engage Jamaica on the issue have been ignored, wrote Jonathan Farrar, the U.S. Chief of Mission in Anava. Who did he try to engage? This was the Bruce Golding-led administration, funded by Dudos, to put him in power. Jamaica worries tonight. Worries tonight. Now, a U.S. Coast Guard during interdiction specialist who worked closely with Cuban colleagues reported there being ends by the Jamaicans, complete lack of cooperation in failing to share information, return calls, or respond to tipped off, no matter how the Cuban officials tipped them off. They didn't want to utilize that because they were in, as it relates to the trafficking of guns, the trafficking of drugs, the trafficking of bombs that you are now seeing in the country. And so ironic that Armstrong, who in WikiLeaks involved in gun shipment and drugs. Yes, Armstrong, I'm going to expose you tonight. A U.S. Coast Guard during interdiction specialist who worked closely with Cuban colleagues reported they're being incensed by the Jamaicans. Complete lack of cooperation in failing to share information, return calls, or respond to tips off. Collectively and continually, they expressed frustration over the government of Jamaica consistent ignoring of Cuban attempts to increase the flow of drug-related information, to increase interdiction and avoid being surprised by drugs. A British defense attaché organized a meeting between Jamaican and Cuban officials in Havana to quash growing frustration between the two sides, but the Cubans later complained that the visiting Jamaican officers just sat there and didn't say anything because they were complicit with drug dons. Complicit. Jamaica government has said it is doing its utmost to combat the ruthless and versatile traffickers. Mount Talk, like what you're hearing, when 200 guns come through and the Andrew Select administration talking as if they were the ones who caught these guns. But no, it was the United States who share intel and they have to bust it because the Jamaica Labour Party government, as it relates to Andrew involved. Security forces nabbed the drug lord Christopher Dulles Coke in June after a violent manhunt in the capital, Kingston. Critics blame the delay in hunting Dulles and his alleged link to what? The ruling Labour Party. Let us read over that paragraph. For Jamaicans who are undecided, I am speaking to you tonight that the Jamaica Labour Party is a destructive element. That the Jamaica Labour Party is 100% pure evil. They are the ones who are responsible for drugs and gun trafficking into our country. Let us read over that paragraph. This is not Mystic Sensation speaking on this, or Rattigan, or my opening batsman, or my lady sister pigs. But this is official document. The British High Commission. Let us read back that over. Jamaica's government has said it is doing its utmost best to combat the ruthless and versatile traffickers, all hypocrites and parasites like Pearnel Charles Jr. Speaking while his father scammed over 15,000 acres of land from people. This is what they do. They are criminals. Security forces nabbed the drug lord Christopher Dodo's Coke in June after a violent manhunt in the capital, Kingston. Critics blame the delay in hunting Dodos and his alleged links to the ruling Labour Party. Take that documents away. Let us dig deeper. Let us dig deeper. Thank you, honey, for the great work that you are presenting. Tonight we are going to open the belly of the Jamaica Labour Party, expose the criminality of this Jamaica Labour Party. And we need all Jamaicans to ensure that we delete them from our political history. Young leader Dodos leverage wealth to influence his drug, guns, and traffic. Now look at these people. Look, we are not making up this. Evidence that we have cannot be disreputed. Let us highlight those where the Cuban officials highlighted sent information as it relates to the intel of the Jamaica Labour Party associated with Dodos and drugs, several drug lands. Let's just look at this.
Yep. So let me get this straight. You're telling me I don't have to spend countless hours consolidating our company's financial data and
Jamaica. Let me say this. I'm going to stop it right here. Right? We just want to show, right, the association of the Jamaica Labour Party with the drug lord, right, as it relates to gun and drugs. So when we see Horace Strong coming out, right, acting as if, you understand, he's utilizing policy to stop guns. No. Wikileaks have you, Horace Strong, and the Jamaica Labour Party, right, involved in shipping drugs and guns to Jamaica. Now, not only that, Jamaica, here is where it gets worse. Here is where it gets worse. Of all the corruption being done, the Jamaica Labour Party paid for Dodo's lawyer fee to show you the level of corruption and culpability as it relates to the level of corruption. Now, let us get to the Google. Vaz says money was paid by JLP. And let me say this, Jamaica. Daryl Vaz is one of the triggerman of the Jamaica Labour Party, along with James Robertson. Let me say this. Let us put that information out there. Daryl Vaz is one of the triggerman for the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to the level of corruption and what he involved. And no wonder why Daryl Vaz is monitoring and monitored, right, those JLP accounts in SSL. He is the triggerman. That is what Daryl Vaz known for. Don't take him lightly. Now here it is, people. Vaz say money was paid by JLP, not the government. What do I mean by that? Paid by JLP, not the government. Madness. Minister with responsibility for information, telecommunication, and special projects, Honorable Daryl Vaz, told the Commission of Inquiry, right, inquiring into the issues surrounding the extradition of Christopher Dudos Cook on Friday, February 4th, that the Jamaica Labour Party paid U.S. law firm Maynard Phelps and Phillips $50,000 U.S. for lobbying services. Want to hear that, Jamaican people? Jamaican people, have you heard that? Have you ever hear of People's National Party mix up in any bangarang like this? When I say to you that Jamaica Labour Party is the biggest gang in Jamaica, believe it, under the camouflage of them being a political party, right? They are youngsters, right? Now, here it is. Mr. Vaz, then JLP Deputy Treasurer, informed the commission chaired by eminent Queen's Counsel ML George that the funds were from legitimate contributors to the party and that Attorney at Large JLP member Harold Brady was acting on behalf of the party and not the government in contracting the U.S. firm. This is a big shame and disgrace. Big shame and disgrace. Now, people, let us get into the Wikileaks document 07 Kingston 1470. Now you are going to see where this document identify Edward Philip George Seaga as one of the main culprits as it relates to guns, drugs, and all of that. Now let us get to that document. Wikileaks 07 Kingston 1470. The information that I am disseminating, right?
All right, me this video was blocked out. Didn't realize because we were still seeing it.
Oh.
It was calling to see, so
okay.
We weren't seeing it.
Okay, sorry that the okay, all right. So I was told that the Dudos video was blocked out. We didn't see that, right? But let us get into WikiLeaks here, right? And we are going to go to number 10, where we have. Sorry for that. I did not realize that the Dudos video was blocked out.
Yeah, man, and block it out.
I think it's copyrighted why that happened.
Okay.
If that happened, I think it's copyrighted, so that it's blocked. Sorry about that, guys.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Now let us get into WikiLeaks and expose the belly of the Jamaica Labour Party. This is the belly of the Jamaica Labour Party with all the intestines, right, and the 5 organs. So we are going to expose it. Now, WikiLeaks document 10. Once considered a possibly dark horse candidate to succeed Edward Seaga for the presidency of the Jamaica Labour Party, Derek Smith began his political career in 1981 when Seaga appointed him to the Senate. People, I want you to listen to this particularly carefully. Derek was born in Kingston, Jamaica on November 27, 1943. He attended Calabar High School and then College of Arts, Science and Technology, now the University of Technology. Derek became president of the St. Andrew JCs of Jamaica in 1975 and later president of JCs of Jamaica in 1978. It was this leadership experience that Smith credits his leadership skills and his successful entry into politics. People more want to listen to this. Derek Smith, along list of political positions include Minister of Parliament for Kingston West Central in 1981. MP for Northwestern St. Andrew since 1989. Era Council Chairman for the GLP, Deputy Leader of the GLP, and Shadow Minister for National Security from 1993 until September 3, 2007 general elections. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that Derek was selected to be the Minister of National Security by Bruce Golden. People, now watch this now. Listen to this. There have been allegations in the past from British High Commission contacts that Smith was involved with known gang leaders. Now listen to this, people. Sources stated that Smith, along with then GLP boss Seaga, Bangarang tonight, were complicit in weapons trafficking in 2002 Department of Defense report. At the time, the British had placed phone taps on suspected gang members in Jamaica and recorded a phone call from Derek Smith to a known gang leader ordering them to quiet things down for a while. You hear that, people? Source stated that for about 2 weeks after the phone call, there were no indications of weapons trafficking. I want to hear them something, people. In the past, in his role as Shadow Minister for Justice, Smith expressed interest in the DA policies and operations in Jamaica. In the ambassador's initial meeting with Smith upon taking office, he appeared serious about combating crime and corruption and prepared to cooperate with the US. Derek is married with the 3 sons and currently resides in Kingston. He enjoys reading, horse racing, and photography, and is steward of the Jockey Club of Jamaica as well as Kingston Cricket Club. Dorothy Lightburn, Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Dorothy Lightburn was born. Okay, we are not going to go through all of that. Andrew Michael Holness was born in St. Catherine on July 22nd, 1972. He was educated at St. Catherine High School and the University of West Indies. He joined a university political branch of the JLP in 1992 while enrolled at UWI and commenced active involvement with the party in 1993. In 1997, Holness was selected by the GLP to contest the general election in the West Central St. Andrew constituency, and at age 25 was the youngest person contesting election and second youngest in his history to win a seat in Parliament. Bruce Golden was 24-year-old when he won his first seat. Holness previously served as opposition spokesperson on land and development, housing, right 2002 May to 2005, and education from June 2005 until the current election. He was announced as the new Minister of Education in Bruce Golden's new 18-member cabinet. Andrew Holness is married and still one of the youngest MP at 35 years old. He enjoyed chess, table tennis, fishing, and Jamaica literature. Holness started as a pre-trained teacher and later worked as a research assistant and as an executive assistant to former MP Edward Seaga. This was in the 1995 financial meltdown. So when Andrew Holness coming out blaming PNP for the financial meltdown, this man was working with Edward Seaga, executive assistants. So when Seaga borrowed the $25 million US, Andrew Holness knew about it as it relates to Central National Bank. And where that behavior has been collapsed the entire system. And yet you have Andrew Holness coming out blaming the People's National Party for the financial meltdown, when it was Edward Seaga who borrowed over $25 million US and Dan Crawford, Papa Young and Associates, and you prosperity, the same fleet that Andrew Holness in line with. Now, we can see, let me just skip down here. Robertson got involved with politics through the JLP Youth Organization Generation 2000 in the late 1980s. He has also been a campaign manager for the JLP in St. Catherine and Clarendon. Robertson became a standing committee member in the JLP in 1995. This is also one of the triggermen for the Jamaica Labour Party and was appointed as opposition senator in 1998, serving until 2002 when he was elected as MP for the Western St. Thomas constituency. Robertson won the same seat again in the recent September 2007 election, albeit with closer margin of victory than before. Despite Robertson's relative young age and the fact he is only about to begin his second term as an elected MP, he is seen as a major player in the JLP. People listen. He held the title of deputy party leader in the JLP during the most recent stint as an opposition MP. Robertson was associated with a group of young JLP followers with the moniker Q Young Turks, who started to push Edward Seaga out of party leadership during the 1990s. He has been a public supporter of Bruce Golding for leadership since that time. In 2004, Robertson was named along with fellow JLP members Shane Robinson and Horace Chang. People want to know, listen to this. In 2004, Robertson was named along with fellow JLP members Shane Robinson and Horace Chang as being involved with money laundering and organized crime by local sources. According to DAA sources, he was involved with Norris Namard. People, hey, this is not funny. Let me read it over. According to the DAA sources, he was involved with Norris Namard, a drug kingpin awaiting deportation to the US. The source alleged that Robertson's father, Ismail Robertson, was forced to hand over acres of land to settle his son's drug debt to Namard. Robertson has also had frictions with fellow JLP stalwart in the past. In 2003, he defeated Bobsy Grange as deputy leader and caused her to lose her composure and shout expletives from the podium during a party conference. In the past, he also was critical of Bruce Golding for not standing up to Seaga earlier and for walking away and forming the new party instead of fighting it out. These past frictions may be the reason why Robertson was given the most minor cabinet post of all 18 nominees. However, because of his long service and current rank within the party, Golding was unable to complete bypass him for the cabinet. James Robertson is married and his 2 children. He also is a businessman, managing director of a company called Precision Enterprise. Right, Bruce Golding, Prime Minister, Defense and Minister of Planning and Development. Right, we are not going to even go through Prime Minister Bruce Golding thing. Take that away. Now, let me just go to Caribbean News Brief before I call in the panel. Caribbean News Brief to show something that's very serious as it relates to members of parliament who involve very seriously drugs operation. I want Jamaican people to know this. Now, Jamaica people, I want you to see this. Now, this is as it relates to a member of parliament in Edward Seaga cabinet. I want you to take note of the date, May 20, 1985, Caribbean News Brief. Jamaica, watch this. We are going to expose this tonight. Kingston, Jamaica. 5 brothers of member of the Jamaica Parliament were arrested Saturday after narcotics police in the North Coast resort of Montego Bay seized 700 pounds of cocaine valued at 48 million. The men charged by Montego Bay resident magistrate court with possession, trafficking, importing, and dealing in cocaine were identified as Henry, Holness, Ian Astor, and Errol Roden. All businessmen and brothers of Parliament member Carl Roden, also a commercial pilot. A police narcotic squad patrolling by helicopter made a surprise raid on an illegal airstrip on Flower Hill District, Montego Bay, where the 5 men were unloading drugs bags from a foreign registered plane. Police said the 5 were arrested after a chase, but the airplane took off for an unknown destination. Take that away. So when we talk about the history of the Jamaica Labour Party involved with drugs trafficking, involved with guns, money laundering, let us ask the question, why the People's National Party have not involved in those things or any record to associate the People's National Party with those things? Now, let me begin with the open batsman and go through the panel. Melting pot.
Yes, my brother. Boy, where we are look on, you know, the systemic, you know, involvement in our drugs, gun trafficking, money laundering, and, you know, it is bad, to say the least, because here it is, you have all the Minister of National Security, you know. The name itch up in a WikiLeaks cable. You have guy like James Roberts, the name itch up in there. Derek Smith, former Minister again of National Security. So you just look on it how them have them thing line out, you know. 2 National Security Minister, 1 farmer, which is deceased now, and the current one. A mafia them, a gangster them, a traffickers them. And so we have this systemic problem with the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to gangsterism of one of the world-renowned gang as part of them affiliation as it relates to the Shower Posse. Yeah? And that linked to one of the most wanted man in recent time by the US, outside of Bin Laden, probably. You understand? So, you look on a transnational organization, yeah, that has found itself in hot waters, yeah, with overseas law enforcement counterpart, yeah. And then again, when you look on it now, the Minister of National Security can't travel, yeah. So there can't be no collaboration at the highest, you know, order between him and them. So here it is now, where the Cuban, them step in and pass on the information, you know. Because remember, Crab can't talk to US counterpart, you know. So the Cuban, them did that bit of work. Yeah. Because the Cuban, them realize we are going to the region. The high volume of drug trafficking using the water within the region. You understand? And the Cuban talk to the local authority in Jamaica. And it depends their fears. Them now lend a listening ears to it because what that show you say, I feed them racketeering. You understand? Under the Bruce Golden-led administration at the time, it show you say, what the Cuban I highlight to them, you know, they're not interested in that because remember, you know, that is part of their operation. I feel them member of parliament and affiliation involved in all of these type of activities. The man them have all private airstrip, Flower Hill in a mobile. You understand? And them thing they take a whole heap of money for cut a airstrip, you know. A whole heap of funds going to that. Yeah, but the guy we control it, the business down there. All of him brother them involved, you know. Carl Roden. You understand? And him is also a pilot, commercial pilot. So the linkage is there. Them have all the players what them want inside of them organization to carry out the dirty work. You understand? So it's no surprise to we the way them operate them thing. That's why we have to be on our P and our Q as it relates to them trying to upstage some form of civil unrest in our society because it's a gangster party. It is a gangster party by all means. And Andrew Owen is privy to all of the blueprint as to how Seaga did set the thing, and Andrew continue it right now. That's how we see a go on in our society with this Jamaica Labour Party, you know. You understand? Because them break all rules, yeah, them facilitate gangsterism, them deal with dirty money to fund them party, you understand? And them also spend money to get lawyer for, you know, represent one of them client, the most prolific client what them have. Yeah, Prezi. So it costs me in the society. And remember, you know, Jamaica can't gain back no credibility with the government as a gangster government. The entire world know about them. Because from your name itch up in a Wikileaks, you know the world know about you. They must scrutinize you. So we have to just make the people understand, say, this party cannot represent we in our politics in our country going forward because outside, you know, partners now go on trade with we. They are going to label we as a no good country. You have to move the party completely once and for all, get rid of them, they mix up too much. Yeah. See how much gun coming out one of them farmer minister will represent them warehouse. All these things, you know, would come for earth. Jamaican citizen, a Jamaican citizen come for earth. We are all one. You understand? Out of many one people. We are all one Jamaican. But here is a party who's hell-bent on destroying Jamaicans who they are not affiliated with or who are not affiliated with them. This is how them operate. That's why them go around with the slogan, shower passy. No, shower something, you know. When you hear say a downpour, a shower come, you know, a heavy thing, you know, brother. And I like little drizzle, you know. Or never rain, you know. A shower, you know. So that just show you so the man them have so much money at them disposal. Them can use money for fuel them needs with ammunition and gun. That's when them come in and shower you with bullet. This particular gang, you know, over a 4-year period, you know what debt them cause in America? A 1,400, you know. Over a 4-year period between 1980 and 84, you know. That average 350 deaths a year, almost one a day. That's how gruesome this organization was. I remember at the time, we know say Jim Brown and Vivian Blake did run the thing. You understand? After the demise of Jim Brown, Dodos come in, Christopher Cook, and I saw the thing run. Now, when you listen to certain information within the clipping where Sir B just played, where people say them witness the man use a power saw and cut a live man into murder him. It shows the evilness within this organization. You understand? It shows them not a remorse for life any at all. So if a party not a remorse for life, how them are going to take care of people? What is the incentive there now to take care of the entire Jamaican society? When the party pride itself on this idiot type of activity, where a man can use all a power saw and cut a live person to death. Unacceptable, man. And so people in Jamaica, we don't have to choose wisely, you know. For we get back our paradise, we have to work hard to achieve that goal. And the hard work begins with ousting this Jamaica Labour Party once and for all from our political landscape. in order for us to achieve anything of any substantial merit that can carry us forward on the international stage, we have to clean up our backyard. And it starts by getting rid of these garbage. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
Wonderful input there, Melting Pot. Of course, we have seen Sister Maria in the space. But before we get to Sister Maria, let us have Sister Pinks just take the baton from Melting Pot, and then we get to Sister Maria, and then of course get to Rattigan. Sister Pinks.
Yep, yeah, man, there's a lot of things to cover, you know, a lot of things to cover since tonight. I'll go back into history a little bit into 1976, and I would like to ask Pearnel Charles Jr. why his father was placed at upper camp for 9 months because of Michael Manley.
Exactly.
Pearnel Charles Sr. pulled a gun on Michael Manley, you know, and pointed it in his face. So that is the kind of temperament of these people. When they disagree with you, violence is their solution at all times. Michael Manley faced a gun from the father of Pearnel Charles Jr. in 1976, and Michael Manley put Pearnel Charles and several other JLP members at upper camp at the time to discipline them and to bring the country back into control. Now let us talk about Pearnel Charles Jr. A letter was written and complaining about work permits being held back. Foreigners who come to Jamaica and apply for work permits, and to expedite these work permits, they have to pay $1,000 US under the table. Colonel Charles, a letter was written complaining about this. And you, being Minister of Labor, are supposed to have an idea of what is happening under your ministry. You heard about the Canadian Work Program and the abuse of the workers in Canada. A couple months ago, you raised the NIS pensioner money by 420 Jamaican dollars. That does not do anything for anybody. And you, Pearnel Charles Jr., came out publicly and said the IC was prejudiced against Andrew because of what they are doing. So you endorse Andrew and his corruption. Now, let us talk about the Cubans wanting to secure their borders, and that's why they had to come out and talk about, because they're saying they don't trust us anymore to protect our own borders. That's why they had to come out and voice the way that they were upset about us not taking our border security seriously. Right now, under this government, we saw 3 planes crashing in Jamaica. No crew, no cargo, until this day can be found. A couple months ago, we saw a small blue boat with animals, and the oscillate got away, and all now we can't find the oscillate.
True.
Let us step back over to Horace Strang a little bit. Horace Strang is going up against our candidate, Comrade Alan Bernard. And during this campaign, I've come to realize that everything that Alan does, or what we do in our campaign, he's trying to imitate us. We did our first divisional conference. Horace Strang did his up the road from ours. We did our town hall. The Thursday he did his. Horace Strang. What I would like you to do is do one thing that Alan Bernard did. He went to Miami a couple weeks ago and did a meet and greet with our Jamaican diaspora over there. I would like Oristan to go to any airport in Jamaica, book a flight and fly to the country. Oristan, try that.
All right.
Now let's go into what Peter Phillips was talking about. In the first term of the GLP governance, $14.8 billion went missing. Let me say it again. 14.8
$1
during
billion.
the petrogam, Nestle, the debushing, the cars, the police car scandal, all of that came up to $14.8 billion. The first term of their government of them running this country. And right now we have a bill of $3 trillion unaccounted for. And they want a third term. So if we give them a the
Okay, I think.
undecided voters, I want you to think about all these things. And donors, when you're donating your money to the GLP, think about what they do with the money. Think about it. They use it to pay Judas lawyer fees. And when you think about how Chang wanted to turn Flankers and Norwood as a replica of Tivoli Gardens, Jamaicans, let us go forward. You want to move in love? You don't want to go back into blood history. We want to move forward. No violence this election. We have 57 days left for him to be prime minister of this country. No violence, Jamaicans. Now you look for somebody else.
All right. Sister Maria, Daisy Magazine, how you doing? Now you have seen the clips that we are displayed as it relates to the history of the Jamaica Labour Party and the violence, right? As it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. What say you on those clips, Sister Maria? I know you
Yeah,
have.
thank you. Thanks, Baron, for allowing me in your space. Sister Anne-Marie, blessings. Thank you, Skew.
All
I
right.
love your hat, sweetie. What
Thank
melting
you.
pot? Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Ratigon. Love you. One love.
Rattina gone yet. Rattina.
No, Rattina gone. Rat is still there.
All right.
Yeah, and to everybody in the chat, a blessed good evening. And I'm listening to everything you're saying and looking at, the news coming out of Jamaica and some of the things that are happening. And what people need to understand is that the politics of Edward Blinds of 1976 coming into 19 and all that happened in 1980 must not be allowed to happen again. The communities that were destroyed because of that sort of that politics and that election, then they have still not recovered. Now, if you are going to allow politicians to come into your space and use you, pit you against your neighbor to further destroy your neighborhood, your communities, then something is radically wrong with your mentality. Because when after all this is said and done, all is said and done, and everybody has retreated to their gated communities, you who they use to destroy your neighbor and your communities will not be allowed into their spaces. You cannot go into their spaces and tear down a poster. You cannot go into their spaces and write graffiti on the street or on the wall. You will not be allowed to do that. Many of them, their homes are so far in from the road, you will be stopped by the security even if you pass to ask, where are you going? What are you doing here? Do not allow any politician to use you against your neighbor to destroy your community. Don't allow these wealthy people to turn you, the poor, against your fellow poor brothers and sisters. Many other communities, the remnants of them are still. You see, behind Ratigan, that's his community. It's still there. It's still there. And this didn't happen overnight. And there are many more communities like that with the zinc fence, garrison communities that are the remnants of the politics of Edward Blynes in the 1980s. Pinky mentioned Pearnel Charles Sr. and that the late Michael Manley had arrested him. He should still be there. And all the other persons that were arrested along with him, they should still be there. Because they contributed to the sabotage and the destruction of the Jamaican society, because the politics of Edward Seaga was based on intimidation, propaganda, violence, misinformation. And where has it gotten people? And you ask the question, people think that politics is a dirty word and being a politician means you're a dirty person. Absolutely not. You need politics because in a nutshell, politics is the activities associated with governance. Okay? Exactly. And in order for governance to take place, you need politicians. And who are politicians? Politicians are servants of the people. And the people vote for these politicians to create a government. And what is that government supposed to do? Look out for the interests, craft legislation, come up with policies to benefit the people. They have to work in the interest of the people. So the role of politics and governance and politics is important, but you have to be the informed, educated voter to make sure the politicians that you are putting into office to craft laws to govern the society and to advocate on your behalf to make sure your community is better than it was the last time, and to make sure they allocate the scarce resources to benefit you and your community, that you can see it, tangible benefits. You can see it on a daily basis in your life. You can ask them the question, what are you doing for me? You must be allowed to ask them those questions. And any politician who is taking an integrity body to court that will hold them accountable should not be allowed to be on any ballot. And any politician that is under investigation for illicit enrichment or for anything that is against the law ought not to be on the ballot. And if you do not know who those people are, but you know that they are being investigated, then you should not vote for anybody in that party, because you are in fact voting for criminals blindly. And why should you vote for these people if they do not, and they have shown by their example that they do not have your best interest at heart? That is a problem. We cannot go back to the politics of the late 1970s that led up to 1980s election. That ought not to be allowed, because the remnants of it are still there. And people must stop allowing these people who you give them your vote for $5,000 on a box food to come and take 200+ % increase for themselves and turn around and say to public sector workers, we don't have any money, we can only afford to give you 7%. And they stagger it 0% in the first year, 1 or 2% in the second, and they stagger it on when they give themselves an increase, they start at 200%. All right. And when their salaries, they get their salaries. Yet some public sector workers are yet to be paid. Overtime is yet to be paid. Have police gotten the overtime that Commissioner Ron James has been advocating for and was put an interdiction for? They have not. And the government is behaving like nobody's supposed to talk to them, nobody's supposed to question them. Then they're in the wrong job. It's not the people they're not the boss of the people. The people are the boss. They are the servants. And if they cannot get into the space and serve the people with integrity, with honesty, then they should get out of the space. It is not for them. And we have seen too many examples where they're only using the people. And when they're finished using them, everybody goes into their respective corners. And the people are left to pick up the pieces of their broken communities that have been broken for decades and yet to be fixed. And now they come with all these goodie bags, breaking ground here, cutting ribbon there. None, if you did not do it in 9 years, you cannot just do it overnight. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. If you have not built a school in 9 years, don't come and tell the people that, oh no, we're going to build it in the next 5 years. No, the next 5 years for you. When you're getting a platform and you say to the people, oh, just give me 5 more years so I can secure my children and my grandchildren. The people who are voting must take that to heart and say, but hold up a second. You had 9 years and you see that all you're doing is taking. Right? You know, it's just gimme, because my brother is Jimmy. And that's the mentality that everybody has. That's the mentality of these politicians from the top down. And then you see the corruption seeping into every facet of the Jamaican society. Nobody can be held accountable because everybody's going to point a finger and say, but that one is a thief. That was a bigger thief than me. Because the system is not holding them accountable. So we have to speak to the voters of Jamaicans, say to them, encourage them, become informed. Everybody and them dog and them donkey have a cell phone. Everybody. A man in his bush going to his field in the farming communities, they have a cell phone. If you cannot read, you can listen to it. What is it that we are talking about? Vote for policies, not personalities. And anybody is coming to you and tearing down somebody because of the color of their skin, and tearing down somebody based on where the father come from, and tearing down somebody because they made their money in business and now they got into politics. No, don't vote for that person. You cannot support that person. If they are attacking a person, then that means they have no policies that they can run on. We need to see policies, talk about the policies, debate the policies. Which policy is better? Who has crafted the legislation? We're in this space, we're talking about an election. And yes, Mark Golding, as Minister of Justice, has over 124 legislation under his belt. Talk about these legislations. Are they effective? What have they done? Okay, look at them. People have manifestos. One put out a manifesto from 2016. They're going to do this. You're going to have fixed election dates, and you're going to sleep with the windows and doors open. And is it happening? Look at all these things and ask yourself the question: what are the policies that are benefiting me, benefiting my community, and not only me, the singular, but me, the plural? Because when you give a person a donkey, it's one person benefit, but when you fix the road, everybody benefits. Thank you.
All right. That's Maria input. Let us go to Brother Rattigan in the space. Brother Ratty, you have seen the clips, the history of the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to drugs, guns, and all of those things. Right, and we are wondering why, right, there is no documentation as it relates to the PNP involved in those things. But of course, the JLP has their record there listed. Go ahead, Brother Rattigan.
You know, the history that you provided to us, that history has not been refuted, at least officially. It has not been refuted. If I were accused of something that I didn't do, I would be out there in the media. I'd be out there on top of the mountain, shouting, saying, how dare you accuse me of being a drug dealer, a money launderer, and I'm not involved in any of those things. But we didn't see it officially. But you talked about Pearnel Charles Jr. and the speech that he made. Let's not forget that he was the Minister of Agriculture when the fertilizer came in. You know. He made speech.
Yes.
He made a whole bunch of speeches in 2022 about the second shipment, and he mentioned that there was a prior shipment, and he was talking about things that they were going to do. So we mustn't forget that this is a man who should be we should face some questioning regarding the fertilizer and how it disappeared and all of that, because fertilizer did disappear. I have the evidence, and if one can challenge me, and I'll show him. So it's not a problem. And by the way, when you're in background, you know, because him used to live just down the street from me, and him used to work. We know him used to work, you know. So and we talk to people and we have all of this stuff. But leave the personal stuff aside. Let me just say this: that in 1993, Dr. Fenton Ferguson ran in East St. Thomas. That constituency was represented by the JLP for decades. You know who him beat? Take a guess who him beat in 1993.
Pearnel Charles Sr.
Him beat Pearnel Charles Sr. And in 2011, you know who him beat in 2011? Let me tell you, Pearnel Charles Sr.'s daughter, woman named Patrice Charles Freeman. And in 2020, they put up another daughter. And the daughter that beat him. She is the current representative there, Michelle Charles. She's the one who's sitting there. So you can see that there is no, and I'm a big proponent of this, that politicians should mentor people in the community to become leaders. Them shouldn't, I'm not saying them shouldn't mentor them children, but you need to mentor people so that they too can become leaders. Because I tell you what, there's some benefit in doing that, because otherwise he wouldn't have been picking them around. He would have never done that thing picking them. There is some benefit in having them do that. Now, regarding the promises, because him talk about scammer, political scammer, and so them come around and them promise the things they can't deliver. Now, people, let me just make it simple. If somebody show you a video today, and them come tomorrow and show you the same video, you and say them show you a video and say, we're going to show you a video of something, and them show that to you, and them come tomorrow and say, we're going to show you the same video of that something. Do you expect when you watch the video you're going to see any change? You shouldn't expect that. You'd be an absolute idiot to begin if you thought that. And then if them come a third day and come with this and say, much I'm not sure the same video, you know. You expect that when you watch the video somehow the video will change.
Exactly.
It is a representation of what took place. It won't change. It won't, not unless them are going there and reconfigure what. But let's just put that aside. So it's just them just show you the video. It won't change. Why am I saying that? In 2016, the JLP came out with a whole bunch of promises. The manifesto is there, the 100-year promises, all of these. They came back in 2020 and they made the same promises. Promises were made in 2016. Them come back and make them in 2020. And you mean to tell me that we are going to look on them come now and make promises in 2025? Same promises. And things that the video are going to change? It not change, people. It not change. If you never get where you forget not 2016, between 2016 and 2020, don't think you're going to get, you never get it between 2020 and 2025. Not think you're going to get it. The video won't. The video won't change. No, I want to ask you something, Mystic. You mentioned the first name you mentioned in that the rest of 5 people was a Wholeness. Do we know if he's related to the Prime Minister?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, but that's the first name you mentioned. I think it's a Wholeness, if my memory serves.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the other thing too is the gentleman on the video started talking about shower posse and the negative connotation associated with it. But I hear them now saying show a labor rights, show a labor rights. So and when them say, so I don't know what that means. Does that mean kill labor? I don't know what it means, because the man was saying when they say show a posse, there's a certain connotation with it. But I say no, them using it now to describe themselves. So I don't know. That's a weird political strategy.
Exactly. Well, Ratty, that appeal to their ignorance of not knowing the history of how show a posse being mentioned. You understand, as it relates to what we have out there, that the word shower was as a result of the way how the so-called shower posse would have showered their victims with bullets.
Right.
So that's where it came from.
I don't know what it means. But another thing with this, with going back to the pipe bomb stuff, and somebody texted me and asked about it, is that how were they stored? Because if you store these things, if you store them in a certain way, they could cause an explosion. So I just don't know how they're stored. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're destroyed. We don't know anything about them. Then going back to the plane that you said landed and took off. This goes to show that this is proof positive of what I've been saying, that Jamaica's border is like a sieve. You mean to tell me you have civil aviation, you have military aviation, you have radar all over the place, and them not see that plane here coming. And not only that, look where the plane coming now. It coming at the area where you have an international airport now, Montego Bay area coming now. And you tell me, say, none of them here traffic control and not see this plane upon the radar coming.
Exactly.
And then the police, them never know. It's just it appears as if it was just a helicopter on routine patrol, and them see, because it has to be routine, because it couldn't be for this and you come with one helicopter. It couldn't be. And then what them do? Them chased 5 and the plane take off and gone to parts unknown. You have to have a creative mind to write something like this and even have people believe it. But this happened.
Let me ask you a question as it relates to the airspace settings. Now, as we know it, if someone is going to intercept an airspace, right? Isn't that the tower would have contacted that aircraft and asked that aircraft to identify itself?
Indeed. You know, just but here's the thing, Mystic. It's par for the course. It happens all the time. We see it happen for the coast of Clarendon. We see it happening in St. Elizabeth. Plane land, plane crash, cargo gone, passengers disappear. Minister of National Security after a couple of weeks, the people who are on board the aircraft, they have left the island. How him know that? And if him know that, why not do something about it? I mean, this is just crazy. Then, so I don't understand how you can come in the area of an international airport and nobody not see the plane access the airspace. This is just beyond me. Then now we have our colossal failure who's running now in Manchester. I don't remember the constituency, called Senator Audrey Marks. Huge disappointment, huge failure. She was here in Washington. She's now represented by an even bigger failure. Anderson, former police commissioner, former chief of staff. We haven't heard or seen this man much since he's been here. Quiet as a lamb. But here's what happened under Andrew Marx's tenure. The prime minister came here with this same gentleman who's now ambassador. And what did they do? They openly proclaimed to the whole world that we're coming to Washington because we have names of dons who have shipped guns and we are going to do this and we are going to do that and blah, 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 blah. And what happened? What happened? That was just for the cameras, people. Nothing happened. See him there now, you know. See him there now. Him have the name them. See him there now. We have to ask him how much dons them arrested since you there, based on information that you gave them. We're not talking about no immigration stuff where ICE just swoop down and people and cap. No, we want to know where the information where you give them, how many people were arrested based on the information you provided. That's what we want to know. Because him a failure too. He's a failure before he got here, and he will continue to be a failure because them just don't have way tech to make the grade. They're not interested in making the grade, by the way. So this is what happens when you have people who their priorities are all screwed up. And then the last thing I have to talk about is the election. Look, I am not in contact with Mark Golding, but if anybody who's in contact with him would like to give him this information, please tell him that after the election, should there be interference, should there be questions about the ballots and all of that, him can't complain after that. It's too late. Tell him, say, if him want to complain, him complain now. And here's how him complain. There is the Carter Center in Washington, D.C., and they exert oversight over elections. The only problem is that they must be invited by a host country government. So what Mark Golding should do at this point is come out in the public and say, I'm asking the government, because we know them now going to do it, you know. You need to come out and say, I'm asking the government to invite the Carter Center to come and exert oversight of this election so that it can be a free and fair election. Why? Because we have evidence that there was vote buying openly the last election. So we're asking him to do this. You put him to the task. We know I'm not going to do it. We know the Prime Minister not going to do it. So what Mark Golding do is then get civil society, get academia, get the communities, get NGOs, get all of them, and sign a request and send it to the Carter Center and said, we are asking you to come in and provide the videotapes. The videotapes are readily available. Provide the videotapes of alleged vote buying and say, this is what happened the last time, and we don't trust that this won't happen, because you know why? We asked the government to have you guys come in, and they have not responded. They have showed no interest in it. That is where you must go and apply the pressure. Make them say, we don't want them here. Because if this goes south, him can't come after it goes south and complain. You need to start complaining now, and time is running out because them people have to get them stuff together. So you need to ask the Prime Minister publicly, not just, you know, phone callers, publicly come out and say, I'm asking you to have the Carter Center come and show him and say, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm not sure if you're aware, but here is what we consider to be alleged vote buying. And this is what we want to prevent. So we want you to reach out to the Carter Center, because they will only respond to you. So we want you to tell them to come. And then when him said, no, I'm not going to do it, then you can write to them and say, listen, him don't want to come, but here is it. And then the Carter Center, I guarantee you, them going to pick up the phone and call them and say, Mr. Prime Minister, we have a letter from folks in your country. And not only a letter, but we have evidence of vote buying. And so what would happen? What is the reason why you don't want us to come? Because this was the last election. This wasn't like 10 elections ago. This was the last election. And then make him answer the question. I yield.
All right. All right. Thank you for that, Ratigan. Right. Love that. Powerful impact. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us turn to Daryl Vaz. We are going to pay some attention to Daryl Vaz and this school bus system. I know that, you know, Melting Pot will want to address it as well. So let us get into the Daryl Vaz situation. Before we get there, let us lift up this clip, honey, right, to get into this bus business, school bus situation with Daryl Vaz. I'm wondering if Daryl Vaz had done any research on this, but there's a new eye opener that I'm going to open tonight. Let us get into that, right? Yes. Now, I don't know why Daryl Vaz doubled down with this situation and where it is just going to expose Daryl Vaz more and more, right? And show that, you know, he's weak in his thinking, and this is not, you know, not progressive for Jamaican taxpayers at all. But let us get into what Damian has to say here.
Comrades all, I want to say something to you now. The simple fact that they can't call it shows that their numbers are not looking good for them. certain DJ, them would say, them coward like that. No. If it's one thing you should always remember, Labour right never ever like education. From the time when them say education can't yam, till when them say they never seen scholarship, they only see sugar ship. They have never liked education. And I studied to understand that the reason them hate education is because if the people were educated, Labour right can never win in this country. The latest that we see is them proposal in response to Mark Golding's proposal for a rural transportation mechanism. They come to say them have rural school bus. Now I don't know why them send Daryl Vaz to count, because Daryl Vaz can't count past 10 without lick him chest. So me want to know why them send him to come count to 600,000. I realize that maybe they want him kill himself, because the more he reach, then him have a licking chest. By the time he reach 600,000, he must dead rotted.
Them coward like that. Whatever you get that.
Now let me show you how Labour right lie like show. Them lie like John Wick. Daryl Vaz say in 2 years, his rural bus system will move 650,000 children. The total number of children in primary and high school is 400,070. So where Daryl Vaz going to get the next 200,000 children? That is how them lie like show. He then says that 100 bus going to move 360,000 people. 100 bus have 4,800 seats. So you tell me which bus can make 63 trips between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. That is all Labour right lie like show. But what we say? We say we will go to the principals and to the guidance counselors and ask them who is having difficulty coming to school. Once we get that list, we will send our social workers to find out the reason why them have difficulty coming to school. And if the reason is transportation, we're going to look at which category of transportation is the problem. The first category is availability of transport. And the second category is the affordability of transport. Look how much places you find it difficult because taxi no want run come up there because it's a farming community. So those who have availability problems, we will contract the private sector providers to make sure we subsidize that trip, that they can make the trip into the interlands and come out back so picnic can reach a school. That means that the money is going in the pockets of the private sector like the taxi men, but they want the money to go in the pockets of the politician, so they create another system that them can rob and thief and say that the gas missing. The gas down. And if it is an affordability problem, once the child go to school, you will receive your $2,500 a week. They don't want money to you, they want money only to themselves. So when I hear them talk about labor right, none of them not bright like when Mark Golding in a 1 grade. Them not bright like when Dayton, their basic school. And when you were in the womb. Them not bright like when I was in the womb. Small minds cannot solve big problems.
All right, take it away on it.
The education system has deteriorated. I'm never finished because the boss have to come, but let me.
All right, small minds cannot solve big problem. And let us look Jamaica. It relates to the stupidness of Daryl Vaz doubling down, right, with his madness. We are going to expose him tonight. Let us hear what Daryl Vaz has to say
has to answer to Damian Crawford. Let us listen in.
A general update to reiterate where we are with the implementation of this transformative policy.
This is very low.
Again, the system is aimed at addressing the significant inconvenience and danger faced by our children when they travel to and from school, and will also help to address high transportation costs faced by parents, in many times causing them to have to decide which child they send to school on a particular day. Ultimately, the rural school bus system will also assist in reducing the number of times students are absent from school and seeks to improve students' academic performance. 100 safe, secure, and fit-for-purpose buses have been purchased as part of the planned rollout. It's actually 110. 100 will go into the system and 10 will be held back for contingency in order to make sure that we have buses to replace existing buses for whatever reason.
Tesla is finished. Elon has failed. That is what they want you to believe. But tech expert Jeff.
I wish to reiterate that the plans for the rollout of the school bus system remain firmly on track for September morning 2025. 26 buses are in Jamaica. 14 additional buses arrived on Saturday of last week.
Because the video itself is...
4 more are en route to Jamaica, and 18 more will be delivered on July 14th, and 28 each will be delivered on the 22nd of July, and the 30th, and the 29th of July. So, in essence, all 110 school buses will be here by the end of July. Among the batch of buses will be 47 small units, 32-seater, with engines designed to navigate remote areas, 38 mid-sized buses, which have 54 seats, and 25 buses designed to seat 72 people each. So the configuration is 3 different types of buses, obviously because of the assessment of the terrain that we will be traversing. As it pertains to the rural transportation system,
Make him continue. Take that away.
that I will also reiterate.
Because what I want to get through is to Jamaican people know, yes, let us get to the heart of the problem as it relates to these school buses. And what I want to expose as it relates to Daryl Vaz. The United States and Canada, right? They are definitely reducing their fleet as it relates to school buses because of certain research that are done and where it is evident that the school bus emission, right, is harming school children. So what the United States and Canada have been doing, right, we are going to show the evidence. They are getting rid of these old buses. And I am surprised that Daryl Vaz is taking up what United States and Canada are rejecting, because they are rendered that these school buses really and truly, right, are not safe. Let me show the evidence, you know, people. I'm just not talking. I'm going to show the evidence. School bus emission harm kids, and both United States and Canada are definitely reducing their fleet. And then here is Daryl Vaz, right, making contact, taking up the garbage that United States and Canada is filtering out. This is what Daryl Vaz is taking up and carrying to Jamaica. Let us show the evidence. Let us show the evidence. Here it is, people. Share.
Yeah.
These are the school buses that Daryl Vaz is talking about. But this is the evidence. Dirty driving, combustion school buses are harming children's health. Why isn't Canada racing to transition to electric? Another school year has begun and thousands of polluting yellow buses are rolling out across the country, producing almost 300 million cigarettes worth of emissions annually in Ontario. All right, Ontario alone. Now, it's a typical midweek morning, a non-stop scramble to get the kids, pets, and yourself ready for the day. Lunches are made, bags are packed, and everyone is at the bus stop or in the school parking lot. You have been made a last-minute swipe to smooth someone's bedhead or scrape milk off a sticky lip when the telltale rumble of the school bus approaches. Brakes squealing, it stops alongside your children and tailpipe level with their faces, belches out a toxic cloud of nitrogen dioxide, fine particulate matter, and carcinogenic emissions, right? For 2 million children in Canada, this is the twice a day, Monday to Friday routine for 10 months for the year. Experts say inaction from government and industry around transition school buses to zero emission vehicles putting kids in danger. So let us show Daryl Vaz this, that if Daryl Vaz had done the research, the garbage as it relates to those buses that United States and Canada reducing their fleet because of the research that done that these buses as it relates to their emission is harming both the Canadian and the United States children. Let us show evidence as it relates to the trend towards replacement. Look at this. Daryl Vaz, who wanted to see this. The garbage, United States filth and Canada filth as it relates to these yellow buses. You understand? Old buses that they are reducing their fleet. You, Daryl Vaz, take it up and carry it to Jamaica. Let us show you the reason why they are definitely reducing the fleet of those yellow buses and the garbage bus where you pick up and send to Jamaica. Let us go to this document. We are going to show you something, Daryl Vaz. You understand the stupidness that you have not done any research. Right? These buses are not safe. And they are old buses. So let us dig into that, Daryl Vaz. Because you did not do the research. Here it is. Trend towards replacement. Daryl Vaz, come here. Come in front of the class. Right? Because the garbage by United States and Canada, you understand, they get rid of. It is what you go pick up now and a car Jamaica, which to show you that you don't have no love for the Jamaican people. No. There is a growing movement to replace older, high-polluting diesel buses with never cleaner options, including electric buses. Come here, Daryl Vaz. Reason for replacement. Environmental concerns. Old buses contribute to air pollution, and there is a push to reduce emissions from school transportation. You hear that, Daryl Vaz? Safety concerns. Older buses may lack the latest safety features found in newer models. So when you go run now to buy much old bus and carry them to Jamaica, you understand? What happened to the safety concern? Here it is as it relates to United States and Canada. I tell you this, that safety concern, older buses may lack the latest safety features found in newer models. Now, here where the problem comes in. Maintenance issues. Older buses may require more frequent and costly maintenance. Right? So you are now carrying these buses now to do what? To burn taxpayers. This is a way how you have created a system for rob taxpayers. This is what you are doing, Daryl Vaz. Coming out here, the lynchman. You understand that overseas many accounts, you understand, in the SSL for Jamaica Labour Party. You know? So this is another hustling scheme. Now look at this now. Improvement efficiency. Newer buses often offer better fuel economy and performance. Listen now, Daryl Vaz. Replacement cycle. School districts typically replace buses every 12 years or when they reach a certain mileage, over 250,000 miles, and Daryl Vaz have the evidence that most of the buses were carrying on Jamaica reach over 250,000 miles. We have the evidence. These are our buses. Daryl Vaz, these buses need to throw away in the garbage. Let me show you something, Daryl Vaz. Take up that. Let me get into the business. Now, my Jamaican people, let me deal with Daryl Vaz. The way of Daryl Vaz need to be dealt with. You understand? As it's related to him level of criminality, I want carrying some bus. You understand? For also Jamaica taxpayers. Now, Daryl Vaz. Now, remember that the JUTC has even a better structure than the school bus. And Daryl Vaz will go and bust your bubbles. Now, the JUTC, as it relates to the pressure on taxpayers, right, has been failing. Now, let me show Jamaica something. That if you have the JUTC losing projected to triple this fiscal year, billions of dollars, how are you going to sustain the school bus? How the school bus is going to be sustained? Daryl Vaz, look on this. Because you never do your research. Let me take you on Daryl Vaz. Bring up this document. JUTC lost is projected to triple the fiscal year. So when we see the teacher, the principal in Portland, they try to come out and talk for you, Daryl Vaz. Let me show you and beat upon this. So then, if you have a more structured JUTC, you will lose billions of dollars. How your school bus is going to sustain? Daryl Vaz, have you told the Jamaican people, how are you going to sustain the school bus? And they talk about $50 per person. No, Daryl Vaz, I'm not read this to you. Because it seems like you never realized this. Close is projected to triple this fiscal year. JUTC, right? Close losses projected to triple. Listen to Daryl Vaz. Daryl Vaz, more you listen to this. The JUTC is a more structured thing, you know, more than the bus them we are carrying, you know. And look what the cost of government. Look at this, Daryl Vaz. JUTC last is projected to triple this fiscal year. No, but could go down tonight now, Daryl Vaz. Because you're living idiot. You don't have no brain. It seems like only rat shit in a your brain. Last is at the state-owned Jamaica Urban Transit Company, JUTC.
Please, don't use the word ratting. You have Rattigan there, please, and thanks.
Oh, sorry, Brother Rattigan. I take back that. I'm taking back that, Brother Rattigan. No offense intended, sir. No. Now let us show Daryl Vaz something here and teach Daryl Vaz a lesson. You understand? Let us teach Daryl Vaz a lesson. Because Daryl Vaz never knows to be a with this. Losses of state-owned Jamaica Urban Transit Company, JUTC, continue to climb. You hear that, Daryl Vaz? With the projections putting it on track to nearly triple in the upcoming fiscal year. That's according to the public body's estimate of expenditures and revenues for 2024-5 to 2026, tabled in the House of Representatives last Thursday. Daryl Vaz, never said this. Second, Campbell tell us more. Now look, the Jamaican Urban Transit Company, JUTC, has long been a drain on the public purse. Daryl Vaz, you hear that? And now you're coming to all bus. What needs fixing? What needs maintenance? You understand? And all of that is going to be another drain on taxpayers. That makes no sense. You don't understand when you're in a, but remember, you know, your wife got university at West Indies and don't come out with one subject. We don't know how people have voted for UNO and say UNO represent UNO and brain. We are brain there. We are brain there, Daryl Vaz. Look on this. The Jamaican Urban Transit Company, JUTC, has a long been a drain on the public purse. You understand? Pressure on taxpayers. Plagued with issues such as this declining ridership, fuel theft. We don't know it, you know. Fuel theft and aging fleet. Daryl Vaz, let me read that back over for you. Let me read that back over for you. And what? And aging fleet. I don't know where you're going to get them old buses coming. You see what the old buses, you understand, old buses are caused JUTC, declining ridership, fuel theft, and aging fleet. The upcoming financial year for the state-run bus companies seems bleak. You hear that, Daryl Vaz? But teach you some lesson now, Daryl Vaz. Promote, I hear the double down, like getting people dunce like you. The company is projecting operational losses of nearly 7 billion Jamaican dollars. Daryl Vaz, let me ask you a question. What that $7 billion could have done to our healthcare? Our healthcare that your Jamaica Labour Party is in crisis. See, the company is projecting operational losses of nearly $7 billion. You hear that, Daryl Vaz? Mr. Dunce, you hear that? That's an increase of almost 300% over the approximately 1.8 billion in losses recorded in current fiscal year. You know, hear that, Daryl Vaz? Have you done this research? This is also after the nearly $11 billion in government subvention to the JUTC is taken into consideration. And let me ask you a question. A taxpayers that are come from Mr. Dunce, when you're your wife, to make no sense. Put the two on the brain together and make one. I want to ask people to vote for you. I'm going to third term. Have you done this research? This is also after the nearly 11 billion in government subvention to the JUTC is taken into consideration. Total operating expenses for the bus company for 2025 to 2026 are anticipated to increase to just over $15 billion. That's $4 billion more than the 11 billion recorded in 2024 and 2025. That's a 36% increase in JUTC operating costs. And now you can't all bus. What about it? That no sense. You talk about political strategy. You're living in compound. You want to take you on. It is also clear the bus company revenues are not keeping up. The JUTC is projecting a gross 1.6 billion income in 2025 to 2026 fiscal year. This is a 20% improvement on the 1.3 billion the company plans to take in for the current fiscal year. Staffing costs represent the JUTC largest expense. It is projected to jump in to just over 6 billion, 6 billion, in 2025 to 2026. Up by nearly 2 billion when compared to the current fiscal year. The JUTC's second largest expense is bus maintenance. So let me ask you, Daryl Vaz, how much Jamaican people them go all out now from bus maintenance? For the old school bus them. For the old school bus them where you are carrying. And we try to have some of them are broke down already. And then start the school year yet. The government is planning to spend, watch out, nearly $3 million on upkeep and JUTC fleet. People, want to hear this? Want to hear this, people? And Daryl Vaz and Julius are coming to all bus. Now, this is a madness. This is a madness for steroid. The government is planning to spend what? Nearly $3 billion on upkeep of the JUTC fleet. Additionally, it's projecting to spend what? $2.3 billion on fuel and lubricants, and most of the fuel them uno are thiefing. Most of the fuel, right? We're stealing it. Now, what's this? Now, so let me ask a question. Take it from you. So that the Jamaica Labour Party, right, cannot pass policies or engineer certain things to make the JUTC, you understand, becomes a profitable institution, you understand, where the government can at least benefit. Now, you know the carrying all buses to put on top of this problem in our JUTC. Yeah? Does that make sense, people? Talk to me. Talk to me. Now, let me have Melting Pot start this. Melting Pot. When you see, you understand, JUTC under the crisis there. And Daryl Vaz now they come now to put a crisis upon crisis. You tell me now how Daryl Vaz is going to sustain them all school bus there with America and Canada no one. America and Canada, they reduce them fleet because they are old bus and they are definitely is very serious to the children health in Canada and United States. So Canada and United States are dash them. Talk to him, Elton Pot.
Well, in my estimation, you know, how I perceive this, you know, bad judgment on the part of Daryl Vaz initiative with school bus at the end of them tenure. I know it's going to be a double failure. Because if him can run JUTC, which are more reliable buses, because I newer buses, them have them own garage and everything already, yeah. But it's still a run at a loss annually. It's not sustaining itself, right? And that is a bus service that commuters pay into. But the school, and it don't come with much subsidy apart from the elderly and the school children. You understand? But him a run a complete subsidized bus system as it relates to school buses over Portland, and the bus them all them outdated. Yeah, whole heap of thing wrong with the bus them. Yeah, the back end of the bus is too tall. Yeah, behind the back wheel, so it leave that bit of weight round there. So when it swing round, if you don't know if it drive and go wide, it lick down people on the other side. So we know there's a problem with that. But my biggest issue now with Vaz is when I try to vindicate the reason for bringing these buses, yeah, and fling the coaster people and the taxi people under the bus, so to speak. They want to take with them livelihood altogether. You understand? And we say that is wrong. And then the outburst in relation to the service that is there already, and how him ridicule the service in terms of using all type of derogative comment, safety of kids traveling and all these things, reckless driving. It bad. No, this is a man who, you know, say him thirsty for third term. We're not gonna get to him. You understand? So him a try him endeavor best. Right? So what him do now, he ridicule the PMP proposal, which is my knowledge a much better program in place. Because if the government that is gonna come in, which is the People's National Party, go and put up a $1.9 billion package to subsidize the needy school children in regards to transportation allowance of $2,500 per month, right? Per week rather, yeah? And then now him I go make we know say it a go cause a ripple effect on society because we have to pay for it in a higher increase in a tax. I don't see that in my calculation because that $1.9 billion per year subsidy is far way less than to buy them all bus them for pay for run them and tire and staff and mechanic and oil and all them thing there. You understand? That way him need to tell me how much is the projected cost for female garbage them. The People's National Party already put $1.9 billion as an annual budget to subsidize the school children who are having problem to attend school because of lack of resource in finance in regards to the bus fare. And I sure know that $1.9 billion will also filter back into the local economy because it will go back to the taxi and the coaster buses rather than go back to a system that has already failed with JUTC. Why is the government bringing these buses? Why? Him don't tell me the reason why behind it, you know. Because when I come with it now no substance.
No substance.
First, them have to retrofit the bus them to begin with. The configuration of them not suitable for our road. You understand? Yeah, because you know we drive on the right hand and the left hand vehicle them there. You understand? So we have problem with all of them. Something where him a come with it right now. It will cost the people them more. And it will benefit him friend them more. Because when the people them dead off out of them bus there, you know, at them funeral parlor benefit, you know. And that's what me see it go. But me glad them do that because all the taxi man and the coaster man them supposed to abandon for them ship and company People's National Party bandwagon. That them for the right away, you know. We can't vote for Nancy Vaz them and the Labour government because them have planned for crush on the livelihood by bringing in some whole bus where US and Canada refuse. Yeah, and we know say in a foreign country when snow time come, the road them grit. I be a salt and eat them there rat out them. You know all the wiring corrosion and all these things already. Exactly. So a whole heap and knock on effect with these old bus. Them not we not have the road for them, the road not wide enough. Yeah. Hilly terrain them not make for that, they make for level. You understand? So this man I know, hell bent and retaining East Portland, trying to use something that is gonna cost me in our society. Kill half a pick them. We are go school just to stay out of prison. School bus can't keep you out of prison, Vaz.
Tell him.
Yeah, school bus won't keep you out of prison. And when me also find as something that is mind-boggling to me right now is the high level of interest you take into school kids. I don't think a man like you should have even go around there, you know. Based on your history coming up from a boyhood time, you know. You understand? You stop daylight 7 times in that Jamaica, you make the government offer abandon daylight 7 times. You! But here is you now, 2025. Yeah, want to show how caring you are in regard to school children. Well, we know it's the opposite. You understand? And many people know as well. Because you should never be, as I said before, and I will say it again, you should never be around politics to be making these decisions in our society. Anywhere else in the world, you're barred because your name was mentioned in a certain dimension in society. And you could never set foot in a politics. So here is that, well, you know, this guy I just get on top of my nerves. Yeah? This guy I get on top of my nerves. So me I beg the taxi man them and the coaster man, don't take up no work for them in a politics time to carry around nobody. Yeah, because them using enough time and don't pay on you know. Enough time when I have to wait for the money long after election run before you get the payment. I trust them, trust the work. But you no greedy. Sometimes you can't ban on the belly, you know. I move away from a party where you see no have nothing in store for you. Leave them work alone and make sure no one put on X beside the head.
Exactly.
Them belly not make them belly not supposed to make no more noise on the head and supposed to when you done work can go lay down comfortably in our house without having disturbance by bell. Get rid of the bell them out of the place now, man. You understand? Because when you see plain obvious, you know, them not have no interest at all. Them call on all type of something where when we look on it, it's wrong. It's wrong. This is a guy where female call upon them grape there, you know. But now he want to call full name upon grape. You understand? He's not supposed to call on name upon a grape. Because that's him technically I talk about, you know. So picking a safe in the phone portfolio and reckless. You know, no camera and all these things. And it's surprised when me hear them talk about camera. Look how from when we are called for police, we have body camera. So if this guy is concerned about camera as part of, you know, security measures in our society, him should have because that in our party as it relates to the police them. Yeah,
Yes,
but them not do these things. Yeah, them beat round the bush and them come with some little Anansi cobweb thing to come roll out pan we. You understand? So we now gonna have this guy and no more attack to nobody. But we know them trick, and them trick now gonna work. Them trick are something we're supposed to drown over in the Port Antonio Sea. We don't get rid of this policy we have. Stop take the bus them. Who the people need to send back a message to him. If school bus was a priority to the coming long time, the school bus now is a desperation measure. Because them know not easy to get tricky, you know. So when them say, all right, we are give them some bus now, some mothers and fathers now have to think about bus fare to send them kids go school. Yeah, man, we can't catch them and hold them on that and get a third term. No, it's not going to work around here, you know.
Not gonna work.
It's not going to work. So be soon much, when you look on them guys, you know. When you give them big project, them can't run it. If you get JUTC, them can't run JUTs. Them want downsize now to school bus. We have 2 international airports, them can't run the 2 international airport. Them downside to some airstrip to bring in cocaine. So we are watch the movement, you know.
Yes.
Them give it the international side of thing and go up on the local scale. JUTC buses, them start out with 630 buses, you know. And right now, if them have 250, them have enough. Them run that to a wreck, them rob it, the engine oil, everything them rob, gas oil, engine oil, parts, all type of thing them rob. You understand? Plus them a take the money. Plus for them though, me never see a little bus company have so much senior or retired policeman hitch up round it. Policeman like Broom, Ratcliffe Lewis, Owen Ellington, criminal commissioner. Where them the heads that do around the business? Known JLP activists. What are they doing around an entity that should employ young, brilliant people leaving university to balance up with some, you know, people who have experience in transportation?
All right, then what is the melting pot? What is the melting pot? Because you burn up a place and we love all the punch you have punch. We have a card up on the line. We just go hear what the caller have to say and then we just get back to your melting pot. So just hold that. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead. Blessings, my brother. Yes. Oh, what one, my brethren?
I said you something. Listen, I'm not sure. I wasn't able to hear where the conversation got into while I was holding the car.
Yes.
But I have 3 things right now that I must interject and command. Let me first say greetings real quick to the members of the panel. I think I hear Sister Maria Light is there.
Yes.
Mr. Rattigan, I need to have a reason to about something. And as usual, you and Anne-Marie, I'm not sure who else is there. Now, let me put something in perspective. I've been listening for years. They're beating on the school bus thing, but they're missing some points out.
Yes.
Yes, the financial part of it is one aspect, right? And the health part of it is another aspect. But let me put some little facts in, because I've worked as a diesel mechanic for many years.
Okay.
I drive a vehicle at 70 feet long. Okay? And let me put some little things in perspective. First of all, the little history of them buses. You have these buses made by, I think, 4 main companies. Bluebird, Wayne, Thomas, and International. Okay?
Okay.
I hear the party you play about the length of the buses and whatever. But if you look at these buses, if you look at the wheelbase of these buses, they have a long overhang past the base of the back wheel. When they're driven, it brings into focus some serious safe handling of these buses when they're driven on the right-hand side as in America because the driver is on the left-hand side. When you bring a left-hand drive to Jamaica and the driver on the left-hand side of the bus, there is serious dangers posed to the other users of the road by the tail of these buses. Okay? I hear Mr. Vaz talk about dependability and handling and all that kind of stuff. Anywhere in America, Byron, Rattigan,
yes.
Tell me one place in America where you have roads like in Jamaica where these buses run. Nowhere. Except Spanish Town and Portmore and Kingston. Okay? And did you know this is not Kingston over crossings and stuff? They turn them much narrower than anywhere in America. Am I wrong or am I right?
You're right.
Okay? The issue with, as you were speaking on a while ago, these companies in Canada and United States are downsizing the fleet of these buses is for a reason. It's all about emissions, what goes into the air. I'm not sure if you're aware, you probably are, that what all of these companies have gone into now because of American and US standards is emissions control. And what they do now is all of these buses have these vehicles now in America, diesel vehicles in America, are now equipped with a second tank of something called DEF, diesel emissions fluid. What these things do is mixing with the diesel to the engine and reduces the harmful gases that go into the atmosphere.
Yes.
Okay? So that's one of the reasons why they're getting rid of these buses and bringing in the engines that use one, low sulfur diesel, and two, the diesel emission fluid that mixes with it. I can send you a picture of the apparatus, Byron, that goes with the muffler system, the exhaust system to bring these into focus.
Thank you.
So, you're right in a way when you say that they're getting rid of these vehicles and they're dumping them off, and so if they can bring them into third world countries, well, here's the deal. You will not find these in any other country except Jamaica, and nobody has no other country will want them. They are less than drive, and they will pose a problem. Next thing, anywhere in Jamaica, you're going to have these buses traveling. They're going to have problems outside of Kingston and the corporate area, because, as you know, these buses are all automatic transmission vehicles. A bus that has 130,000 miles on it, you can bet your life the transmissions are wearing.
Exactly.
They operate at a higher temperature than the standard clutch vehicles that we use in Jamaica.
Yes.
And when they have to negotiate rural terrain, it's going to take a lot of beating on the engine and transmission and cooling systems of the buses. So, with that said, I can leave it to a point where, outside of the financial debacle, these vehicles are doomed to fail in a short while.
My God.
Because they will not live up to the rigors. I'm going to share a little thing with this. Did you know that there was an entity in Jamaica that had about 3 or 4 of these buses, the Jamaica Defense Force? Used to run between Kingston and Monique, between the two camps. Did you know that?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
Few drivers, special drivers drive them. I'm going to leave you with this. What kind of training is going to be in place? Because every school bus driver in America and Canada go through seriously specialized training to drive these things.
Exactly.
Especially because of their cornering radius, their turning radius. Outside of the dangers of they drive on the right-hand side of the road, the driver's on the left, and puts the doorway right to the curb where the students come in. In Jamaica, it's different. If they don't retrofit these buses that all the doors are on the left, we're going to run some serious risk of students crossing the road to get into these buses.
My
so
God.
they're going to be a ton of issues. Dangers, maintenance failures, and all of that kind of stuff. Accidents. Okay? All right. Real quick, because I don't want to mess up the program, but I only get the chance to call.
No, speak, man.
I
Speak.
don't remember there was a piece of news that came out from the Electoral Office of Jamaica, or EOJ, whatever it is, about the emergence of fake voters' IDs. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm frightened to be listening to the fact that that went down and we never heard a big uproar about it as to what they did. Whether they found out who made these things and what measures have been put in place to ensure
Yes.
that people do not use these. Because you know what's going to happen? It's easy to manipulate your people to know who's going to come and have these things and let them choose the vote. So all I can do is, you can say, okay, you have certain areas like a garrison community where nobody don't need no ID to vote. They don't need to dip their ink because they're voting for one person. Okay? And then they can vote, don't dip the ink, just jump in a bus and drive, go 40 miles away, go overload another constituency because they have fake IDs to let them vote in these areas. You get the point?
Yes.
So these are something that we need to call on the security forces to make sure that these happenings do not happen in the next election. I'll put it simple. It's something very serious, and we know there's a problem with the security forces because of manipulation.
Oh, yes.
Which is sad, but something that we got to watch out for. My final word now. I sent you something today, right as it broke. You know, I get something hit.
Yeah.
The second, I'm not sure if this is the third, but it's the next emergence of pipe bombs in Jamaica. Byron, Ratty, Lied, Maria, I'm going to tell you all this tonight. Once a piece of news like this broke in Jamaica, everything else should have shut down. Everything else, and I'm going to tell you why. Have you guys ever seen the destruction caused by a pipe bomb? Anyone of you ever seen? Mr. Rattigan, you ever seen this happen? You've crossed over in the subcontinent. Have you ever seen the effects of a pipe bomb explosion?
Yes, we know the effects.
Byron, when I'm talking about if you know, I'm talking about if you've ever seen it.
No, I haven't.
I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you the facts now. I've been there on the ground when it happened several times. Jamaica is not prepared for one incident of a pipe bomb.
Mighty God.
I read the cleaner and the cleaner said that it's something between warring factions. Byron, PS.
PS.
Pipe bombs are not used by warring factions. Pipe bombs are designed to be used in crowd conditions.
Thank you, my brother.
To spread fright, flight, confusion, and destruction. You know what I'm saying to you? I say that to say this. We don't have any medical facility in Jamaica that is equipped right now today, given the present situation, to deal with a pipe bomb explosion in a crowd of people. Take my word for it. When a pipe bomb explodes, you need ambulances. You don't need pickup trucks. You need emergency rooms that are ready for a triage situation. Mr. Rattigan can tell a little bit more about that. Or your wife can tell you because obviously she works in an emergency room situation.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying here, Byron?
Yes.
Next thing. This is not the first you've heard of a pipe bomb. Do we have the equipment and personnel properly trained to handle these things in Jamaica? The reason why I said this to you, Byron, I see that newspaper today showing a box with pipe bombs. That is madness. Whichever photographer took that, I'm not sure if him come from the army or it was an angel Gabriel with wings. What if that thing has one of them things had exploded when that photographer was taking a picture of this thing? You get what I'm saying here? I'm going to tell you, Byron, because of how deadly these things are. You ever hear about mines? You ever hear about claymore mines?
Yes.
When these things blow, them blow at 360 degrees. Them blow off hand, them blow off foot, them blow off pieces of faces, them blow off ribcage and all these things. You need special equipment to approach them. Mr. Rattigan can tell you what EOD means, because I won't stay too long on your program. Do we have EOD personnel in Jamaica that are fixed like a tank? Are like a human walking tank to approach and defuse these things? You think that's something like from pen like Byron, you can just pick up and move and put one side? No, they're not. So today, that happened in Jamaica today is telling us that we have reached a crossroads in our society, in the safety of our society and the effectiveness of the security force apparatus we have in the country. That, Byron, is not a simple, safe, happening discovery, or however you want to look at it, in Jamaica. I'm going to tell you what will happen, what is most likely to happen. The people who try to set this up are going to hurt themselves too and hurt other people around them. I've seen it happen. You see what I'm saying to you? This needs to be addressed. The country should have shut down to the Byron when something like that found in Jamaica. A little island like Jamaica.
Mighty God.
A call needs to be made to the relevant. This needs overseas help in a Byron. Remember, mark my words. Take my word for it. This needs overseas help.
You're 100% correct, sir.
This needs overseas help. This is a normal something, bro. Hear me? So, listen, I'm on the trail as usual. Big up to everybody. Give thanks for putting out the knowledge. But, like I said, we're at a crossroads now with everything. Everything with the school bus thing, which is a rush, and I think is wrong. The British company Bluebird International makes these buses, you know, with the steering on the right hand side, you know, Byron,
Yes.
and the doors on the left, you know. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
ISAT's grandfather, Mr. James Porter, used to bring Bluebird buses come to Jamaica, run to Spanish Town and Kingston, and they were not long with his long tail. Most of these buses have a 10-foot piece of body, the rear wheel. When they're cornering, it's not an easy thing. So I'm saying to you.
Yes.
So, boss, we give thanks and we say keep blazing the fire, but there needs to be a call to the relevant people to strike the hammer while the going is hot.
Exactly.
And pay attention to these things, because one thing you don't want, those pipe bomb things are telling us that there is no threat. So I hate saying it on the air and being the first person to say it, political gatherings.
Mighty God.
Mark my words. Remember my words tonight. Mr. Rattigan, me need to give a reasoning, and you know if I find me. But gentlemen, ladies, we give thanks when up on the road. Let us pray for Jamaica, and at the same time, we need to continue to hold the people account. And this smoke, this bunch of smoke screen and all this kind of thing, I don't care from who needs to stop. I think a lot of things have been taken too lightly in this country. Byron, good night. We talk.
Blessings, my brother, and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your time. Yeah, man, really happy for you to call in this program. Jamaican people, let me tell you something, and whoever here, you know, let them hear. Because my brother who just called in, right, is in the military, one of the experts, right, engineer. So he knows very well what he is speaking about. And, you know, and that's what he said. We are talking about the surfacing of first 323 pipe bombs, and then what we have now as it relates to on the eve of a general election, right? Another 700 and odd pipe bombs. And we just, you know, I mean, the government is just not telling me anything. I mean, come on, what happened to the first 320 pipe bombs? What happened to that? No operation being made. Come on. And let me warn again, you know. Let me talk to Andrew Holness. Let me plead this to Andrew Holness. Because when I started, this is the reason why I said, Andrew Holness, you are cheering, right? CARICOM. You are cheering CARICOM. Andrew Holness, I'm speaking to you specifically because I know very well. You are the mastermind. You are the mastermind. And I'm saying to you, and I'm speaking to the world, I'm speaking to United States, Canada, Europe, and everywhere. Andrew Holness, you are the chair for CARICOM. And we need our democracy. I am warning you, sir. We need our democracy. Don't pull me down in the route of violence to protect and to hide your corruption. Andrew Holness, what you have done to Jamaica, you have done a lot to Jamaica. Please allow the system to work. If the Integrity Commission investigators, right, need to continue their investigation, and if you are to find yourself in the judiciary, please don't mix up the Jamaican people in your bangarang and your conundrum. The Jamaican populace did not tell you to get involved in what you have involved in. And so it is wrong for you now to be asking the Jamaican people to go out and fight. My Jamaican brothers and sisters, let me use this opportunity in talking to you. Don't let the Jamaican Labour Party, and that is one of the reasons why I have dug up the history and show you, don't allow the Jamaican Labour Party to take you down the route of violence. Killing our brothers and sisters, I am begging you, I am pleading to you, don't let Andrew Holness
bring us down the Caribbean, the CARICOM. I am calling upon you to look into Jamaica and see what is going on. Andrew Holness, please, I am asking you, please leave the justice system alone and let justice prevail, sir. That's all I'm saying. All of your trickery and everything that you're going on, we know that you are doing it. And let me allow Melting Pot to finish.
Yeah, and I'm going to take long. I have to just wrap up now. But you know, good to hear the caller who call in and add some more meat to the bone as it relates to the bosses them, you know, and give some real interesting, you know, discussion on everything in regards to the boss them. And so that just go to just show how, you know, dilapidated a guy like Daryl Vaz is to say that the school bus is the best thing ever done in a Jamaica history since 1962 independent. What a piece of load of bollocks. That's all I have to say, and I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right, right then and there, we could keep on the rally. Right, Pinks, slideshow.
Okay, Uncle Byron. As I said before, right now we are going through the 49th meeting of the Caribbean of the CARICOM, right here in Montego Bay, at the conference center. And you know who is chairing that meeting, right? Right up between the 6th and the 8th of this month, meeting is going on. But for the vast thing and the bus thing right now, issue right now, as Damien keeps saying, you know, he needs buckle stoppers to count. Because apparently the mayor of Portland did the maths for Daryl Vaz on this issue. And we have seen more than one time Daryl Vaz has taken up himself into private business, and everything that he has done has failed. Daryl Vaz is a failed businessman. Daryl Vaz got a piece of property through FinSac. As a beneficiary of FinSac, a piece of property in Kingston, and installed a used sales car lot on their property. And that business shut down because Daryl does not know how to do any business at all. Honestly, he cannot count. And if somebody does not know math, how can he run a business? And obviously, from what's being said here tonight, this man did no research on these buses.
Nothing.
And you want to put children in these buses? And you want to keep them safe in these buses that emit things that can gas that can hurt them more? It's funny that how he should mention buying these buses, this junk. And it's funny how some years ago he was the person in charge of removing our scandal bags, single-use scandal bags from our supermarkets. And he was the person behind our lunch boxes being replaced by cardboard boxes. It's funny how you can back the environment and those things, but yet when it comes to our children and their lungs, Daryl Vaz cannot back it. How can you endorse cardboard boxes for lunch, but it's okay to breathe in what the buses put out? Our children. The buses are older than the children who will be traveling in them. Because the buses are 13 years old and over, to my understanding.
Yes.
Right? And the other point is this, right? Apart from the environment, Damien's method of analyzing and doing a social intervention and doing a feasibility study on each school makes much more sense and is much more economical in the long run. Because in the rural areas, most parents, what they do is they make an arrangement with rural private taxi drivers to take their children to schools and bring them back. The schools themselves have a security system set up where the parents have to tell the school, inform the school, the name of the driver, the driver's license are photocopied and kept on file. And each driver has to sign for a student taking up the student, picking up the student from school. So my point is this: which students are being targeted to use these buses? The rural areas, parents already have arrangements with private taxi drivers on a weekly basis to transport their children to and from school. And the system that Daryl Vaz is putting in, it won't work, because I keep wondering, why is it didn't he use the same buses that we are using now in the JUTC buses? Why not use the same kind of buses?
Exactly.
Because those buses are modern. We know them because all you have to do is put school bus on the front. That is it. The same type of buses that are used now. And just in case you have the 100 extra buses, they can be used back in the JUTC bus in the system. So it would have been better for him to carry buses here that can be used in both for schools and used back in the JUTC buses system.
Exactly.
What he's doing now makes no sense. It's an nincompoop. Every time Daryl Vaz open his mouth, is proved to us how dunce he is and why Portland people need to vote him out. And let me ask Daryl Vaz, what about the water? What about the water and the water trucks? Your voters in Portland does not have any water. I know that. They have been forced for years to buy water from your water truck. Daryl Vaz, why the people in Portland, after 2 terms, 9 years ongoing, why is it the people in Portland, you say it's Vaz land, you brag it's Vaz land. How comes the people who live in Vaz land don't have any water in their pipes?
There you go.
Why are they forced still to buy water from your water truck? Daryl Vaz, Vazism, you control it like a monarch, like a don. It needs to stop. What I can recommend, since you already import the buses and the buses are going to be here by the end of this month, that when we go into government, that we take these buses, park them, and we find some other use for them once we park them. Because they can be converted into schools, for schools, libraries, a lab. They can be converted because that's the only purpose we can use them for in the future. Convert them, park them on a school compound, and they can be used for probably a gym. They can be used for extra classroom, an extra lab. Convert them. That's the only thing we can do. The 100 of them coming out, 110 of them coming out, just convert them.
Pure God.
Because this is junk.
Exactly. All right. Here you have it. Pink Skill pulling his punch. And Sister Maria, of course. Take on the battle. How you doing? All right.
Yeah, and Pinky, they can also take out the gas tank and drop it in the sea so it becomes reef. I mean, it's a waste of time,
Exactly.
you know. But You said something about Vaz, and the reason the people are suffering because it's not of God. You know, that's God's land. That's God's property. It doesn't belong to any person. They fought slavery. They fought the British. They fought the Spanish, and they fought the Spanish, and then the British, and they got their freedom. I mean, slavery has been abolished a long time ago. So no one person owned the people. The people are not the property of the Vazes. I wonder how many of those drivers for the buses actually did a driving test to get their permit, did a driving test to get their license. How many of those drivers can spell bus? But they're driving a bus. Because the literacy problem is so bad that they're quicker to get into accidents because they can't read the road signs. They don't even understand how the buses operate, because like Melting Pot alluded to earlier, the buses have not been retrofitted. And you're going to have a problem where the children are crossing the street in front of the bus. The buses have their own stop signs, which means vehicles coming from and in front, up and behind must stop. Most of Jamaican's roads are dual carriageways. How is that? How have they planned to, what are the plans to negotiate those kinds of streets? And, you know, I'm going back to my earlier point about the people not allowing politicians to use them to destroy their communities. We talk about the pipe bombs. And it's a serious issue because it goes back to this fertilizer that Rattigan has been asking about for months. As a matter of fact, over a year now. He has been talking about this missing fertilizer, and nobody seems to care to do 3 years. Thanks for the correction. 3 years. And nobody seems to care enough to do an investigation into the missing fertilizer, which is a problem because one of the necessary components for pipe bomb, fertilizer, and so many millions of tons of fertilizer is missing. And you cannot ask questions about it. That's a problem. But what I've come to realize is that the government is not serious about fiscal management of taxpayers' money. Because if they were, they would not be scatterbrained now, trying to come up with things, scrambling to find things to do and implement to hoodwink and bamboozle voters. Because if they had policies to run on that made sense, where the education system, was even operating at 70% of what it should be operating at, even at 70%. If the hospitals, you didn't have all these videos coming out where people are sleeping on the floors, sitting on benches for days, you're opening an executive wing for the Cornwall Beryllium Regional, but you're not opening a ward where you have beds and equipment, you have hospitals where the equipment isn't working and have not been working for a long time, operating theaters are not working. So they really have no policy. The truth is, they have spent the most money, but they have gotten the least results for that money. And therein lies the problem. So they really have nothing tangible to show for the 9 years and all that expenditure. And then when you look, all you can hear and see politicians owning gas stations and apartment complexes and all those things, and who don't have garbage trucks and water trucks. And I'm saying, why are people, your constituents, buying water from you, the member of parliament? Where are you sourcing that water from? And if you are sourcing that water so much so you can sell it to your constituents to put in a black tank, and that black tank out in that zone creates another health problem because it activates the chemicals that make the black tanks that is cancerous. So you don't have a health system at work that can manage it. And you have your things that you're giving to the people are making them sick. So you have the hypertension, you have the diabetes, you have the kidney problems, and you have the cancer issue, but you're making it worse by adding more cancers that will go undiagnosed because you don't have the infrastructure in place to start the diagnosis and to prevent these things from early. But we're talking about the giving out black tanks. When did black tanks become when did black tanks replace pipe water running in your pipes? When did that become a thing?
Crazy.
Because it ought not to be a thing, because it's an environment, it's a hazard. And let no one fool, it is a hazard. And the sun that's beating on it, it should not be an end all for the water crisis, for water. It should be there for emergency situations, but not as a go-to. The only source of your water is having a black tank. So what I've come to realize is that there is not much thought being put into policies to benefit the people in a real way. The only thought is to how they can entrench their hatred of the Jamaican people, line their pockets, build the taxpayers, and enrich themselves. And when it comes to doing things for the Jamaican people, they tell them, oh, the next 5 years is your time. What do you mean by that? So why are you so wealthy? If you want, as a matter of fact, politics in Jamaica is the best job for anybody to have, whether it's a councillor, member of parliament, and you don't have to be a minister of government. You only need to get into the parliament, or you only need to get into a municipality, and you're rich, because guess what? The public coffers now become their China shop, and they are the bulls now in that China shop. And you know who is suffering? The people are suffering. And what I would love for the voters going into this election is to ask of the political parties, both political parties, through their leaders, please present to us 5 legislations from original from concept to implementation. I'm not talking about something that you built on like a NHT or a path program. No. I'm talking about 5 legislations that came through discussions that you had in your cabinet, both from the PNP and from the JLP. And you took those to Parliament, it became what? White paper, green paper, all the way up to a legislation. Just give us 5. Just give the people 5. So the people can debate those 5 policies, those 5 legislations, whether or not it worked on their behalf. Now, for Mark Golding, you have to use his tenure as a senator, as a justice minister, to measure his legislative contributions to the country. Andrew Holness, on the other hand, you have to use his tenure as the prime minister. You can also go back to his tenure as opposition leader to say, what has he done legislatively from the concept must be original to its implementation that have benefited the Jamaican people in a real tangible way, that they did not have to go to court for the courts to say, no, that is trampling on the constitutional rights of the Jamaican people. And if they cannot come to the people to talk about those policies, then their motives are suspect. So it's policies that we're talking about, legislation that we're talking about, because the run mode thing and the talking up nice, it's not doing it. And stop this business of selling your vote for $5,000 on a box of food, because when you do that, you are putting them in Parliament to pay themselves millions of dollars. You're making them councils to pay themselves millions of dollars. And what do you get? Oh, boss, give me a thing, no? They expect you to do that. So that is one of the reasons why they don't value education. So they give you buses. But what about the schools that you're taking these children to? Are the schools even worthy of the presence of these children? What is the work environment for the teachers? Is the school environment conducive to learning? So we're talking about bringing school buses, and the school buses are not even fit for purpose. But there's a bigger problem that needs to be addressed, and it's the education environment. Because the percentage of 18% of students graduate with Cs, right? What percentage of the students graduating can actually read and write? The statistics are glaring and mind-boggling and concerning. So throwing money at these buses. Larkland said the government cut ribbon for STEM school. Exactly, Larkland. And instead of cutting ribbon for STEM school, you could have converted a school in each parish to a STEM, upgraded to a STEM school. That's all we had to do. If the money wasn't there to create that school itself. So they're walking around and cutting ribbon and breaking ground, but to what end? So people now have to come to the realization that it's about policies, legislation, stop allowing them to take you for fools when they don't want you educated, they don't want you to think outside of the box. They want you to always be beholden to them while they're taking away your beaches and the best real estate from underneath you. And they're saying to you, no, like Pearnel Charles did in St. Thomas, no, the people have their ecotourism business, making their own money. What Pearnel Charles says, my land, I am planting pumpkin, so come and work for me. Why are your children going to work on your plantation? Why don't you get your children to work on your plantation and your grandchildren? Allow the people to elevate themselves, become entrepreneurs. Where are the skills training institutions? Where are the vocational training institutions? Why are the schools not doing better? There has to be some serious conversations around the whys. And so much money has been spent, $1.3 million unaccounted for. Nobody, it's like you can hear a pin drop because nobody's talking about those things. Only in the social media space. Every Saturday, Rattigan gets up and dissect all these things that are happening. The appointment of Dennis Strong to FID when he's woefully unqualified for the job because he needs to have a forensic background. He needs to have a law enforcement background. Okay, so you remove the law enforcement background, which is really an oxymoron kind of thing to do. You need a person with forensic skills, forensic accounting skills. That's not Dennis Strong. So anyway you look at it, it's problematic. And you look at it and you can see the only conclusion that one can come to is that he was put there to cover the Prime Minister's track. Now, if the Prime Minister wants people to take him seriously, and if the Prime Minister wants to operate from a place of integrity, he has to come out and start operating that way. But the man is operating shady and saying to you, don't believe your lying eyes when you see that he's doing things that are shady, and he has been doing it since he was in opposition when he violated Chris Stockton's constitutional right as well as Senator Williams' constitutional right by having them sign undated resignation letters. And who took them to court? They went to court, the Justice Minister, Delroy Chuck, and they know that this man, his character is questionable, but they're all rallying behind them. So where are the people of integrity? Where are they? Is there one person in the JLP that people can look to say, you know what, let's call on this person, because the truth of the matter is Andrew Holness is a weight on the Jamaica Labour Party. He's dead weight on the party. And when he becomes opposition, are they going to continue with him as opposition leader and as leader of their party? Because there has to be a point where they say enough is enough. And in order to deal with the corruption problem, there needs to be a leader who gets up and behaves like the president in Ghana and the president of Burkina Faso and say, listen, yes, for Ghana, and say, listen, you have 3 months to declare your assets. And if it's not declared, you got to get out and cut salaries, roll back those salary increases. Let's say, no, the budget cannot afford those salary increases. Why do you think businesses are closing? Why do you think the schools are not being properly maintained and the teachers? Because the weight of the salaries for politicians and a few at the top of the food chain in the public sector is too heavy for the taxpayers. And so something has to be done. And it is incumbent on the voters to make a choice, to be edified, to be educated. Every platform, Mystic, Lonesome, Andre Stevens, Make We Talk, every platform, Jamaican, Carlos, everybody is trying their best to get the Jamaican people to understand that they have to move away from personality politics. It is eating you alive. And stop allowing them to destroy your communities. And when they finish destroying your communities, they go back to their hated communities and leave you there to continue suffering. Look at the communities that were destroyed in 1980. Look at how they have developed. They are the same way, if not worse. It is time to say enough is enough. Talk to me about policies, not about personalities.
All right. Thank you for that, Sister Maria. Powerful punch there. Brother Rattigan, before I bring in the space, let me just quickly put Sister Pat on the line because she has been here holding for a long time. Sister Pat, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Good night, Sister Daisy. Good night, Sister Pinks. Brother Ratty, Brother Melting Pat, and entire crew. Good night. Not still now. What I want to tell you, look. Ratty, this I feel. Look, pan, go back, go play tape, Mr. Rattigan and Brian, and look pan Daryl Vaz, body matter, and look straight in the eye, and look pan the body language. The man a sweat in a AC place, and that bring me when me work is in a hotel and when people are take coke, and when you coke a bite in them, and that tell me. Just play tape and look at that man. That man not look good at all. When the man make his speech. Play the tape, look at him body language, looking at eye them. Because Bobby finds it pretty reader. And he not look right. So we don't expect not better for him. So he got chat out their mouth. All we know is them a thief. $1.4 billion is a whole boss. The next thing. Go look at the conference where our dear beloved Prime Minister sit down. Look how the Prime Minister dressed. Look at the socks we have and different from the rest of the man then. What a disgrace. The man have a socks to think a clown. You just go play a tape and sit down and look at the Prime Minister. I represent we. The man pants bigger than him. It's like when you have a donkey. You know, the donkey where you are load, they have to girt him. When you put on it, and they girt him for you and hamper. And that is a Jamaica come to. The man pants 2 packets of meat. I don't know why this man will resign and go find some life liver, whatever, because come. The man is a disgrace to Jamaica. Look at him again when the journalist them ask him a question. Oh, my buffalo and a ruffling can't answer a question fluently. Even if him not know the full answer, he say, well, I didn't think of it like that. I will give you a thought. And there's a buffalo like when the whole time speak a bus.
I see the funny mind.
Me take me their class and me I listen everything. And that time me too happy because I me now say we pre MP already and I well said and me understand everything. But Mr. Rattigan, as me say, look at that, look at the tape and look at that, watch him body language, watch him and look for the Prime Minister or interest with him.
All right. Blessings, Sister.
Blessings,
Sister Pat, man, 2 back pocket meeting, you know. But I don't know if I see the close them film. All right, that being said, let us bring in Brother Rattigan to close the curtain for us. Brother Rattigan, you're on the closing mission tonight. Take it away.
Yeah, I was sitting here listening to all of the speakers and trying to remember everything that was said. And after a while, I realized I couldn't remember because so much was said. So I have to actually write. I have to take some notes. Let me start at the end. Miss Pia talked about the Prime Minister at CARICOM, and he was, he still is, because I think it's continuing a major embarrassment to our country. Think about it. He's sitting there with his colleagues, and they all know about the 28 bank accounts. They all know about the illicit enrichment, and they all know that he's been governing over massive corruption since 2016. They know this. and him sit down there and him must know, he must feel it that them say here's a guy that we can't trust. He's leading us. They don't trust Jamaica. Going back to you can go back to the Kamina Johnson Smith run for the Commonwealth Secretary General. Can go back to that where there was a consensus and then Jamaica decided to go a different direction. And there are many more instances where you look at the vote in the UN when Jamaica was supposed to get up there and cast the vote and Jamaica gave the speech on behalf of CARICOM and Jamaica was the only one who never voted. So there's plenty of reason for them not to trust Jamaica. And so this Prime Minister, I tell you, he's devoid of a conscience, because if he had any conscience, he would have said, no, this is too much and the country is better off without me. And he would have just take away himself.
Sure.
So that's enough about him. Now, Dennis Strong, I was going to talk about Dennis Strong a little bit because Sister Maria raised Dennis Strong. You know, while I was preparing for the program this Saturday, I did 2 ATIs. I did one on Dennis Strong and I did one on the school buses. And I have to big up the lady over at Services Commission because today they responded. It's a preliminary response, but it's not the first time that they've responded to me. And they've given me good information. In fact, they were the ones who gave me information about Dean Roy Bernard. So there are people in Jamaica, in the Jamaican civil service, I was going to say the government, but the civil service, who they're unafraid of doing what they're required to do, and that is to provide information when they can. So I'm waiting now for the bus one to come. Now, the face of the environment, the world at large, the UN, when they look to the Caribbean, there's one face that they look at who's a poster child for environment. And you know who that is? That is our Prime Minister. He is the poster child for environment in the Caribbean. Now, if you recall, they were saying that, and I think I had it here. They were saying that hold on, I have it. Give me oh, here it is. It says that Jamaica took significant steps towards introducing what kind of buses? Electric buses for JUTA, right? And it says, as part of its efforts to reduce reliance on fossil fuels, gas and diesel, and curb carbon emissions, that are when the dirty smoke come out of the tailpipe, and contribute cleaner environment. That is what Jamaica said them are going to do, you know.
Exactly.
Jamaica said, and if you remember, them spend, Nigel Clark come out and make the announcement, they might buy a whole heap of electric buses. Why couldn't they do this now for the children? The least among us, the ones who are more susceptible, susceptible to these kind. Why them couldn't do that? Exactly. Them buy them buses away, all kinds of things will come out of the tailpipe. And then them talk about environment. They must protect and preserve environment for future generations. They must kill off the future generations. Now let's go to Mr. Daryl Vaz. Do you remember how Daryl Vaz make a ton of money? So, I don't know, he probably lost a lot of it, but you know how he make the money? Daryl Vaz was one of the first people to establish trade between Japan and Jamaica with the deportees. The cars, the used cars, them. He was one of the first to do it. I mean, know this as a fact. I mean, know the people whom we used to do business with. And there's some things that went on. I won't say it on the program because some of the people pass on already, but I don't even know who me at that. But the question I ask is, how do we know that some of the odometers haven't been rolled back? We don't know this. Exactly. How do we know the true mileage on those vehicles? Well, all I'm saying to the mechanics are people who have access to the vehicles. Look on the engine and look on the chassis, and you see the number. Send with the number. We have access to them things there. And then we will tell you when the bus was sold, what was the mileage on the buses. Plus, remember, them supposed to have paperwork are going through customs. We're supposed to show all of this. But if we can show that a bus, for example, had 400,000 miles, and when it reached Jamaica, miraculously it had 300, it's supposed to go forward. That odometer work that way, yeah. It go 300, 400, 500, 600. You know, we're 600 and go back ways. No. So we're asking, If you get a chance to have access to it, look on the engine, the number upon the engine, look on the chassis, number upon the chassis, send it to us. We will look into it. Now, somebody had mentioned about the Carter Center saying that the Israelis, they might do like electronic vote. The Carter Center can do that too. They can do that. They're experts at doing all of this stuff. So it's not a problem. Thing is, who going conduct inspection of the buses? What are the emissions regulations? Because if them bus they let them to smoke there, them can't pass inspection.
Exactly.
What do the inspection? Because I hear through a little grape, but I hear about certain politicians who control certain of the emissions thing. Like if a vehicle forget service and things like that, that it have got to feed them little company. Don't know what that is, but it's worth looking into. So who are going to inspect the buses? Somebody mentioned Ellington, same I think you melting pot. Ellington upon the JUTC board or whatever. Him also upon the marijuana board, you know, the ganja thing.
Yeah.
Him for someone find him way in all of them little places our money I make, you know. So and then the explosion, the pipe bombs. When the gentleman mentioned the EODs, that's the explosive ordnance, explosive teams. I don't know if Jamaica have anybody qualified, and he's absolutely right. You must take the man there at him word, take the man there seriously. If you've ever seen the damage of a pipe bomb, you will understand how dangerous this is in Jamaica. And like him said, the purpose of a pipe bomb, is to inflict mass casualty. Use a pipe bomb for go after one person. Generally speaking, they don't. Them use it for crowds. And considering the fact that we're on the eve of an election, and we're finding hundreds, not dozens, hundreds of pipe bombs. This, ladies and gentlemen, is frightening. And so all I can say is that, one last thing about the buses. I saw something where they said that based on the figure that Daryl Vaz quoted, each bus would cost about 70-something thousand US dollars. Well, let me tell all of you this. There is no way on God's green earth that a school bus with 300,000 miles costs 70-something thousand dollars. No way. No way. I checked, and refurbished, they cost anywhere from 3,000 to maybe like 25,000 used with the kind of mileage that's on them. Anywhere from $3,000 to about $25,000, not 70-something thousand dollars. So we need to look into that. We need to see invoices. And then we're going to check with the companies, because we know what happened with the drill. We see what happened with the drill.
Oh, yes.
And the same thing happened right. So again, exactly. See what happened with the drill, and we know it's going to happen again. And by the way, drill. The drill, this week I'm going to do a program on 19 or whatever the number is, 20 things, 15 things you should know about the drill. Because the first thing is this. You see that company, Meditech, that company should not have been operating as a business, because they violated Jamaican law that should have put them out of business. Jamaican law concerning what do you call them again? Nominee shareholders and trustees. You can't have that no more in Jamaica unless you tell the company's people, you tell them who you hold shares for. That can't work no more. It was a clear violation of law, and it was allowed to happen. And this company should have never been involved in the bidding process. Yet they were involved in the bidding process, and we know the rest of the story, or we think we know the rest of the story. There's more to come. So, look, Jamaica is in a sad space right now. And Jamaica is in a sad space because of the people we have elected to run the country. The people who should call us bosses, and we have relinquished our role and we call them the boss. We look to them for handouts. Shouldn't be that way. People are urged you to go back and watch the video made by Jeanette Calder from JAMP, where she said, look, you need to start thinking beyond being a voter, because a voter has only one responsibility, and that is to dip your finger in the ink or cast a vote every 4 to 5 years. You need to look at yourself as an owner. You need to look at yourself as a financier, and you need to look at yourself as an employer. And if you miss the first two, owner and financier, you certainly should miss the last one, that you're an employer, because they're all coming to you now, asking for you to give them your vote so that they can represent you. And it's going to take a sea change in terms of how we connect with this idea, because for generations we've been led to believe that we have no choice in the matter except to just vote and just wait and beg and borrow and beseech from these people, when in fact it should be the other way around. I just hope that this election, we will look at that videotape and say, we see it in 2016. We see it in 2020. There was no change. And now they might come give it to us again for look and tell us a change there, and no change not there still. There are things that have been major, significant things that were promised in 2016 that still have not been delivered. Some of those same things were promised again in 2020, and they still have not been delivered. And don't make them tell you no foolishness like, well, it take, some of these take a long time to do and whatnot, because you know why? In 2016, the Prime Minister in his foreword in the 2016 manifesto said, these deliverables will be provided in 5 years, 2021. And here we are, 2025, still not see them. People, don't let them take you for granted. If you want to take the handouts, if you want to take the 2-piece chicken and whatever, I don't know the market these days, maybe a 3-piece. Come see Kentucky, I give away, you buy 3, you get 2. No. So whatever chicken they might give you and whatever t-shirts they might give with money wrap up it in it and all of that, I can't tell you don't take it, because at the end of the day, it's a little food. It might feed you for 2 days, right? But all I'm saying to you is don't give them your vote until you understand what's going on, until you become an informed voter. And here's how you become an informed voter. You become an informed voter by focusing on one thing only. And it's this. This election is a referendum on performance. This election is not a referendum on promise. It's a referendum on what have you done since 2016. Tell us about the things that you said you were going to do to benefit us. Tell us about the things that you said would make us prosperous. Tell us about the things that you said would move me and my family from working class to middle class. Tell us about those things. Tell us about the crime. Tell us about the school. Tell us about the housing. Tell us about the infrastructure, roads, bridges. Tell us about all those things. Have you done those things? That's the only thing you need to focus on. That's the only thing. And there are some people, and them cuss me out all the time and say, well, talk about Mark Golding, and this, that. And I said to them, Mark Golding is not running the government. Plus, Mark Golding, and them talk about the PNP and this and that. Me say, listen, if you're going to talk about the PNP, think about this. Tell me how many people of the 63 running right now were in government. Tell me how many. Very few. This collection of PNP people running in this election, the majority of them, they're new people, and a lot of them, they're young people. They're young people. And the one thing I can tell you, I listen to them, and I listen to them carefully. And then I listen to the JLP, and I listen to them carefully. And I can tell you that the PNP have some bright people. They have some bright people. That's all I can tell you. They have some bright people. So when you come and tell me about Mark Golding has never been prime minister. He was justice minister. He didn't run government. He was a minister. So I cannot compare him to this prime minister, because he was never prime minister. You have to compare apples to apples. So if he was prime minister, then I could say, hey, when he was prime minister, he promised this to and he never do it. I don't have that information. So all I can focus on is the man and the people who are in charge. And I can tell you, people, if you just listen to me, I tell you about the referendum and performance, then the vote is clear. The vote is clear. It's clear because a lot of you, where you are now is where you were in 2016 or worse. A lot of you. And you know it. You know it deep down. You listen to me and don't cuss me out. But deep down, in your quiet moments when you sit down and you reflect, you say to yourself, say, you know, I true, you know, my position no better. The position no better. You remember the woman who go on a float, I think at 2020, I must say last, and thing run over and broke up her foot. She lost her leg. Right? That are the mindset we have to change. And she still say, I'm sure so that woman she don't get proper medical care right now, you know. Me know this. That lady is supposed to sit down and say to herself, say, why? You know, me lost my leg. For what? For what? I'm hearing it daily from people. Daily from people who have said to me, say, you know, my cast, I vote the last election for them. And boy, if I could take it back, me take it back. And I said to them, say, you can't take it back. But what you can do is don't give it to them. If you don't think them deserve it, don't give it to them. And them say, them not deserve it. And I say, well, then you know what to do. You don't need me to tell you what to do. You know what to do. A lot of you have come to me and you have your own answers. You have your own answers. But it's almost like you want me to tell you, say, vote for them. I mean, I said, no. One of the things we teach on a Saturday is critical thinking. Don't make people think for you. Don't make people think for you. Think for yourself. It might be difficult, but it will become easy. Just practice it. So, panelists.
All right.
Byron, and people in the chat, we'll come off of the soapbox now, but I just wanted to say, people, we're at a critical stage. We're reaching critical mass, and so we have to do some things critical. And the moon is fast approaching, and it's up to all of us. Thank you.
Well said. Yeah, and Ratigan, 1 second there, Baron. You just talk about taking the money when they put money in a t-shirt. Those persons, those politicians who give you money in t-shirt, they are basically saying to you, this is what you are worth to me. Nothing.
Exactly.
So just look at it that way and say, but I am of no value. I'm only worth $5,000 and $10,000 and $20,000. I have no value to you but a vote. So pay attention to that.
Or what they could do, one second things, what they could do is they do like what they did in the local election. Them take the money, them take the chicken, them take the t-shirt, and them vote against them.
Yeah, man, vote them out. Take it and vote them out. All right, Sister Pigs, go through right away before we close.
I have 3 points to make, and then I have a question for Radigan. Sister Anne-Marie, the money for the 6 STEM schools, and Andrew got the money, but we don't know what he did with it. All right, and what they're doing now, 2 of the promises that they're making right now, right across the island, is for people who, 2 that I know of, is 1, the people who actually build on government land or squatting on government land. They are actual candidates from the GLP who are actually going around and promising them that they own the land that they build their house on, and after election they will give them the land title of the government land. So people, they are lying to you. National Land Agency is an agency that you can go and get the information on any land in Jamaica. So do not let any politician fool you that they own the land that you build your house on. The other trick they're trying to use now is still an old trick, is the farm card. It's not the period now or the time for it now, and they themselves cannot give you the farm card. You have to go through an agency to get it. They can't give it to you. All right? They can only take a name and promise you the farm traveling card. And the other point is, Vatican, now that we are looking on in the next 57 days for this governance to be over, when we change the leadership of our country, will the chairmanship change also with the leadership? Because when Margot becomes prime minister of the country, will the chairmanship of the CARICOM also change with the
Yes,
leadership?
I believe. I believe that's a change because you cannot. CARICOM is composed of leaders of countries, and if he's not leading, then he can't be there. So he'd have to relinquish. What would happen? Mark Golding would step in the stead, and whatever time period is remaining, then he would take over.
Okay, all right.
And
Thank you.
also, Pinky and Ratigan, Andrew Holness was not voted for. It's a cycle, and different leaders become. So don't let anybody come and say he was voted. Nobody voted for him.
Nobody voted for him.
It is Jamaica's turn, and he is the prime minister. If he wasn't the prime minister, somebody else. So he's not what he wasn't. He wasn't voted for. And remember Bruce Golding. Remember Bruce Golding when Bruce Golding had to leave Ratigan. He was the chairman at the time, and it was Portia then had to finish out that term. It is a country that becomes the chair, and it is represented by the prime minister. Yes.
You see,
Thank you.
Jam him up. You saw she jam him up.
Yes.
And several fronts, but the one with the CCJ. When she jam him, she juke him in her
Yes, she did. Yes, I love it. I love her, man. I love that woman so much. Me and Martin looking for 6 months. Yeah, man. Good point she made. CCJ.
So
them can't manage me, you know.
I want to say a big thanks to, because I have to run to work in the morning, so I have to close here, please.
Don't start. Don't start. You can't finish here, sir.
Yeah. Exactly. Ratigan, we're just getting started.
But I mean, Sir B, and the rest of the panel, we have to come and ratify, you know, steer the course of the journey tonight based on how him really walk at the ricket. Big up, Sir Ratty.
All right.
Nice for your endurance. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hope you feel better soon, Ratigan.
Thanks.
Get well soon. Yeah.
All right, Tony, do you think?
So guys, these merchandise are for Mequitalk, Jeffrey Tavares. So guys, go over and support his t-shirt sale, and the order for the t-shirts are only $25 US for one, and there's a $10 shipping and handling cost. And he has his Zelle information, which is sorry, I was trying to put it up, but it won't come up. Jeffrey Tavares, Zelle Jeffrey Tavares 954-529-8030, or cash up at $Mequitalk 345. So these are merchandise that is being sold by Jeffrey Tavares, and you can see we're marching. We are march to set Jamaica free, and I think that's what's on the back of the t-shirt, and we are marching on to progress. So you can go over to his channel and give some support regarding these t-shirts.
All right, honey. As I said, big thanks for the panel and all of the subscribers who tuning in and taking Mystic Sensation. Honey, can you just go ahead and close us out?
Okay.
One quick thing, Gillian, before you go. Just one quick thing, and it's a light moment. You know, them always complain, say Jeffrey a labor right, but me notice Jeffrey now no green shirt. Me not see no green shirt.
All right.
It's true. Looking back at the colors.
All right.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in as usual. You're here late, so we know that you could have been doing other things, so we don't take it for granted. And thank you to all the new subscribers that have joined the Mystic Sensation family. Thank you to all the panelists who has given their input, and also to those in the chat to make it a meaningful discussion. Make sure that you travel safe on the gravel and have a wonderful rest of the week, and wherever you are, bless up yourself.
All right. Blessings.
Blessings every time. Blessings every time.
Yeah, man. Good night.
Blessings.
Good night.
Bless up.
I don't want you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right kind of stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.